Hello, it's Friday. Fantastic Friday. Welcome to my channel, Prosperous Living with Toya on YouTube and Prosperous Living with T on TikTok, streaming on both platforms. Welcome, everyone. Today we're deconstructing Christianity. We're being reminded, not just Christianity, all Abrahamic faiths, all religions that point you away from self, that leads you away to a God apart, as opposed to the God within. You are the generator, operator, and demonstrator of this truth. And you're always demonstrating this truth whether you know it or not. You're either doing it consciously or unconsciously. So that's what we discuss over here on this platform. Hey, 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 Noye, welcome, welcome, welcome. So, yes, we're reminded it's not necessarily a deep dive into the book, you know, but I do point out a lot of scriptures that remind you of who you are. Because really, the book is summed up in one script, right? Those of you that are familiar with Reverend Ike, he says this a lot too in a lot of his videos. The one script is, as a man mind thinks, so is he, she, right? Because we know man represents the mind, humanity, that which we call humanity. It's our thoughts, it's our consciousness, it is our awareness. As you think, so are you. What you think about, you bring about. What you need to do is master your thoughts. Stop saying that the thought isn't yours. It doesn't matter. You're thinking it. You know, you're getting caught up on the wrong thing. You're talking about, oh, this is not my thought. That is my thought. Oh, I love the thoughts. The good thoughts, all me. The negative thoughts, no, it's some archon. It's some, evil spirit. It's some devil. It's you. How you taking claim for the good stuff but not the bad? I get it. You're on full accountability. That's your life though. But, I come to realize when I know that it's me, I can change it. But see, if I don't know it's me, I can't change it. I'm just at the behest of the thought. I'm just like, oh my goodness, why am I having that thought? Oh my goodness, oh no, that's not me, that's not me. You're so busy talking about what's not you instead of talking about what is you. Because the script is about who I am, not what I am not. It's not about what you're not. It's about what you are. Focus on who you are. That's what the book is all about. Because the center in script is not talking about some other being or something. It's talking about the part of you that operates in doubt, fear, limitation, anxiety, that's the lower nature, the part of you that only operates from the five senses. You're not to be letting the five senses rule. Five senses drool. Hello, Glaze. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. So double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. That's when I open up my panel. Hello, immortal beloved. I love that. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome this fantastic Friday. As we remember who we are, that we are the operant power, that we are the generator, operator, and demonstrator of this truth. Demonstrate the truth so you can prove to yourself that you are the creator of your experience. Stop giving power outside of you, right? Because while you say that you're not your thought, the script reminds us that you are. That all is mind, all is mental, because in the beginning was the word. And what's the word? The I am, the intention, the idea, your thinking, all of it. Your assumptions, your beliefs, your unbeliefs, your disbeliefs, your fears, your trepidation, whatever, however you want to say it, whatever you want to label it, it's all you, boo. It's all you. And it's all about mastering the self, bringing every thought into subjection unto the what? The mind of Christ. You're supposed to bring every vain imagination, bring it down, put it underneath the Christ mind. Let the Christ mind rule. Or the Buddha mind, or the Krishna mind, or the Jehovah mind, whatever. It doesn't, labels. All of those labels are just, pointing you to self at the end of the day. That's what it's about. Me either, immortal. I don't either. When I talk about the Christ, it's just like I'm referencing Shakespeare. And I say, oh, and Othello said, oh, in Romeo and Juliet, yeah, I don't believe Jesus ever, I am Jesus. Jesus is just, if you say, you ever thought it, so I took French in high school, don't really remember much of it, but what I do remember is je suis, Jesuis. Je suis in French means I am. You see, Jesus, je suis, just add an I to it. Same word, same to I am. See, language be telling you all these languages are connected. We think that somehow they're, oh, you speak French, or you speak Spanish, or you speak, Mandarin, whatever. All language is connected because all language is consciousness. So Jesus just means I am. That's it. That's all it means. So when you say Jesus, you're saying I am. That's it. And the Christ, which is the higher mind, your awareness, your consciousness, the question is posed to the disciples, the 12 disciplines of mind, the faculties of your mind. Who do you say that I am? That's actually a conversation with you and you. You're actually talking to yourself because the book is all about you. And what you say in response to that is also important because what you say about you is how you experience this life. So if you say you're a sinner from the beginning, you need a savior, you're scared, you're broke, you don't have enough money, life is hard, struggle bus, you get the booby prize. You get to have all of that. You get to have what you say. But what did Peter, that we know represents faith, Simon Peter, say? What did he say? Oh, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. And you think son means a male child. No. Son is short for sound. Like you ever had like we have a Sonos bar. You heard of Sonos? Like Sono, right? Like hearing, that's what it's about. The sound. You are the sound. You are the power. You are the wisdom of God. It's not about a man. It's about the power. You're the power of God. And then the Christ responds and says, blessed are you, Simon, son of Bar-Jonah. Man did not reveal, flesh and blood did not reveal this to you. This did not come by way of somebody telling you this, but the Father, your Father which is in heaven, with your higher consciousness, your higher mind, made this known to you. And what is that illustrating? The whole purpose of that little interaction in the script is to show you that no one can tell you you are God. Because if I tell you you're God, you're going to, and you don't know this already, and you think that you're waiting for God to return, that you think that God is in the sky or whatever your conception of God is, you're going to call me a blasphemer. You're going to call me a heretic. You're going to call me every name under the sun other than God. You're going to call me everything but the child of God when I tell you you're God. Because you're like, wait, what makes you say that? Where did you get this from? So this knowing, this truth only comes from revelation. No one can tell you you're God. You have to experience it for yourself. It has to resonate with you. Yes, I am free. Oh, yes, so over. Like, hey, Tim V, welcome. Hello, Tiffany, welcome. Tajay, welcome, everyone. Welcome, Grand Rising, Kevin, welcome. Hey, Delissa, welcome. Yes, we are holy enough. Hey, A-Town. Say what acronym? Generator, operator, demonstrator. A lot of people say destroyer. I say God doesn't come to destroy, but God comes to fulfill. God fills all things. God destroys nothing. Who destroys? Consciousness, the father, destroys nothing. Now, man, on the other hand, the child, the expression, can do all kind of ish. But what does the script say? There is nothing lost in all of my holy mountain. There's nothing, because if you tear it down, it could be built again. Right? As we said, you tear down this temple, it'll be built again. It can be rebuilt. Right? So you're here to demonstrate the power. Demonstrate the power that's within you. Double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. Generator, operator, I say demonstrator. I like that word better than destroyer. But some people say destroyer as in the Kundalini rising up in you. And they say, it still doesn't make sense when they even describe it from that perspective. Because I'm like, how are you awakening? I mean, I guess if you're going to say destroying as you're unaliving the old state, but there is no such thing as unaliving an old state, because all states are eternal. You can easily fall back to the old state. You can easily, once you go to a level, you can fall back down. If you don't stay what? Watchful. You got to stay on alert. You got to be aware of what you're being aware. You got to be, you say you got to be the watchman at the gate. It says you got to guard that heart with all diligence, because out of it flows the issue of life. Right? Men are to be watchful and pray, right? Pray and watch and pray. So don't be sleeping on the job. You know, the Christ will go like, okay, I'm going over here to go to pray. And he's like, stay watch, telling the 12 disciples, keep watch. He come back, they sleep, they slumber. He like, damn, why y'all can't stay awake? Why y'all always sleeping on the job? Gotta master those. You gotta master that mind. Get them 12 disciples under, discipline them faculties of mind. 12 disciples. The 12 disciples represent the 12 faculties of mind, the 12 disciplines, the 12 characteristics of the nature of the mind. Hello, welcome. Okay. Say Pisces zodiac is called an oath or an obligation path, like a deformity or a diabetic. Interesting. A Buddha oath or celibacy oath, etc. Taurus principles. All right. Yep, pray without ceasing. That's it. Pray without ceasing. So this Bible, the spell casting book, you got to know how to use the Bible so that it benefits you. You know, unfortunately, a lot of people go to the church house for the pastor to tell them what the book says, and they're really not giving you the sauce. They're really not telling you the truth. They're watering it down and making you think that what pleases God is what you do outwardly. But what pleases the God in you is what you think inwardly. Right? Because it's not what goes into a man that defiles a man mind. It's what comes out of the man mind that corrupts him. That's why Paul tells you, good communication, bad. He said, bad communication corrupts good manners. A lot of you got bad communication about yourselves. Because how do you talk to yourself? I talk to myself, right? You beating yourself up morning, noon, and night, tearing yourself down, just tearing yourself down. You thought, so when I used to hear that script in the church, I thought it was about gossiping with other people. Not saying that that's, a good or bad thing, but I thought that's what it meant. Oh, like I got to pay attention to like people cussing and people talking about this person's business and people talk. No, the bad communication that corrupts you is what you say within yourself, is what you think about you. It's what you say about you. When you get ready to go to bed, when you wake up in the morning, while you're driving your car, when you're grooming, when you're bathing, when you're doing, those intimate thoughts that nobody knows about, that's the communication that will corrupt you. All right? Because you're secretly saying, this is impossible. This is hard. This is a struggle. What's wrong with me? I'm lonely. I'm unwanted. I'm not beautiful enough. I'm not skilled enough. They don't see me. I don't feel validated. I don't feel hurt. Like all of these things, that's what you say about yourself. Stop it. You have to stop it if that's not the things you want to continue to experience. So you can't let that record play. You got to break the record. Put on a new record. Sing a new song. Sing a new song. Get a song that is on one accord with the being that you are. You keep playing these discordant tunes and you wonder why, like the words you like to use, why you're out of alignment. Wow, the world, why you feel so out of alignment. Because you're playing the wrong song. You're singing the wrong tune. But if you like the way life is, do nothing. Remain as you are. You can keep on. You don't have to change a thing. It's your thing. Hey, do what you want to do. I can't tell you. Stop the groove. Hey, it's your thing. Do what you want to do. Because at the end of the day, you're going to do what you want to do. But I'm just here to help you, to give you a different perspective, right? Because at the end of the day, no matter what I say, you can't change unless you want to be changed. You have to want the change. You have to want the change. You have to want it. You have to want to be different. You have to want life to be different. You have to decide that I deserve a good life. I deserve all the things in life. I deserve all the joys of life. Right? Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. Yep. Mastered the art of walking in lack. Who do you say I am? Yep, 10K opens it up. It opens it up. And on YouTube. Oh, yes, Frank. Thank you. Facts and cut off all negativity, period. You are correct. Yeah, you gotta change the record in your mind, right? Because like attracts like. You are the magnet. You are the broadcaster. You are the Wi-Fi signal. You are the tuning fork. You are tuning the station. You are the channel. You are all of it. So everything that's coming to you is created by you. All of it. Those negative thoughts that you say not yours is you, boo. But hey, if you don't want to take accountability, that's between you and you. Just between you and you. But I notice people don't want to take accountability for the negative. They want to say that it's some other entity. Like people are so quick. The good stuff, I'll take ownership of. That bad stuff, oh no, there are evil spirits out there trying to take our minds. Oh no, there's demons trying to possess you. Oh no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's only one power, and tag, you're it. There is no outside entity trying to possess you. See, as long as you think from that mindset, you create another power. And you'll always have an excuse as to why you can't get your mind right. So always be this tug of war, and you'll always think you'll have to fight. You got to fight for your right to party. We got to fight for our right. And most of y'all think y'all got to fight for y'all right to party. You don't got to fight. The script says the battle is not yours. To stand still and see the solution. Stand still. But no, y'all not doing that. Y'all want to fight. Y'all want to tussle with devils and demons and Satan's on mine. Have fun with that. But non-believers don't deal with that. Those who don't adhere to Islam and Christianity don't have to contend unless you still have a remnant of that type of mindset. So I'm not going to say that, but most people that identify with evil spirits and devils and Satans, or, is because they were dipped in Christianity or Islam, and they just can't let that part of them go. They're still going to cling to a scapegoat. And so they don't want to say it's them. It has to be something outside of them. It has to be something else that's causing them to think. Now, can someone say something to you? Can something be a suggestion to you? Yes, but guess what you get to do? Reject it. Instead of talking about how it's not you, just change the damn thought. It's just so simple. Instead of trying to analyze, where did that thought come from? Or that's not my thought. Or that thought that's a collective concept. It doesn't matter. You're aware of it. Change it. Stop making it complicated. It's really so simple. It's so simple. All you got to do is change the thought. Easy peasy, fresh and squeezy. You don't have to, toss it, flip it, and rub it down. You don't got to do all that. All you got to do is think a different thought. The power of awareness. So simple. It could all be so simple. Baby. But you'd rather make it hard. Loving you is like a battle. Y'all battling. And we both end up with scars. No matter how deep we go, you always seem to let me know it ain't working. It ain't working, right? It ain't working. It ain't working for you. Because you rather make it hard. So because you make it hard, it don't work for you. And you always battling, you're always tussling, and you end up with bruises. You get knocked upside the head with life. You're getting knocked upside the head with life because you want to tussle and wrestle and roll around in the mud. And you're told to arise and walk. Get up out the mud. Stop rolling around on the floor in the mud and arise and walk. Pick up your bed and walk. What you talking about, Jesus? I don't have nobody to help me. You're like, what? Do you not know you're talking to the Christ? He didn't recognize the Christ. He didn't recognize the power. Hello, welcome. Are you there, Essence? Do you know you up here? Probably not. I don't think Essence knew they were up here. Yep, not a debate live. Stay in your lane. Hello, West. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
Oh, great. Thank you.
Good. I just joined. I didn't hear any, pre-notions of what you were discussing, but just the Bible is psychological and the Bible is a manifestation book.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that claim.
All right, we're on the same track.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Okay.
I think a lot of people that are quote unquote lost, and they try to move with themselves. Because I get on a lot of these panels and I hear a lot of people just saying, it's me, I control everything, and it's my life, and I got the power to do everything. But there's some things that you can't will yourself out of. There's some things that you can't quote unquote change. It's simple to say, just change this, just change that, but it's not easy. Just because something's simple don't mean it's easy. So for me, being a Christian, I go to that higher source when it is things I can't figure out, or it is certain things that I can't shake. That's something that kind of helps me, get out of my own way to even try to change something. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So I would say the higher source that you're speaking of is within you, but I get it because I'm not a Christian. This is not a Christian platform.
Mm-hmm.
And so I used to be a Christian. And so I used to
Mhm.
believe that there was a power outside of me that I had to try to please and try to figure out if I was worthy of a prayer or a desire that I had. And
Right.
going to church, it was always told, well, only you can only have this thing if it's God's will, not understanding that the book says, well, all the promises are yes. It's all yes. The script says, whatever you desire. Mark 11:24, one of my favorite scripts. Also Matthew 21:22. But it says, this is the Christ speaking. It says, therefore I say to you, whatever, what does whatever mean? That includes everything. It does
Right.
not matter. You desire, not whatever I want you to have. It says, whatever you desire. When you
Mhm.
pray, believe you received it and you will. What's so hard about
Mhm.
that? All you got to do is believe it and you'll get it. It doesn't
Right.
matter how big it is, how small it is, how difficult it is. None of that matters. It's just your ability to accept it is already being yours.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it's nothing you can't have on this third dimensional plane in this body. You don't have to wait to die in order to experience heaven. You don't have to wait to get a mansion in the sky. You can actually have a mansion here on earth.
You can.
Yep.
You can.
You can actually have joy now. I don't have to wait to die to get joy, peace, love, abundance. I don't have to wait for that. It's all here now. Right here,
That's
right
true.
now. Yep. And so
Yeah,
that's why I departed Christianity, because Christianity wants you to wait. Christianity wants you to be the suffering servant. Suffer. You got to suffer for God. That
Yeah.
ain't what Jesus said. Jesus didn't say I had to suffer for him.
Well, my rebuttal to that would be, like I could desire a house. Like, let's say I want a mansion. I
Mhm.
desire to have a mansion.
Mhm.
But we'll say it's according to God's will when you'll get it. So it's not, I desire to have a mansion, so I have to suffer and I gotta wait and I can't get it right now. If I desire to have a mansion, the thoughts and the plans that I'm doing, the physical action, that might not be aligned the right way. So if, let's say I want to get a mansion, but I'm about to go out here and do fake pay stubs and finesse my way to get it.
That is a way. That is a way, right?
Right. That is a way. But if we looking at the faith, it's like, all right, now you ain't supposed to be doing X, Y, and Z. Like, not that way. It's a way to go about it. And God will light that path. He'll show you different ways to go about it. And a lot of people will get discouraged because it's like, I want this and I want it now and I want it how I think I want it. And sometimes, if we're going to the faith, like I said, I know you're not, but just going that way, It's like, okay, you can have it, but there's a way to get it. And if you believe, then the way to get it is this way. If you don't believe, it's not saying that it can't happen.
Right.
It's just not going to come this way. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
so
right. Yep.
I think it's a little distinction there.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is that even if you do all the finessing with the pay stub and all that, right? Here's the thing this is where there's going to be a fork in the road where Christianity is going to say what is considered to be deception, dishonest, or a lie. Whereas from my perspective, there is no lie here. It's whatever the person believes, because people are embellished. They tell a story that the outer world will say that's not true. You're lying. But if they can believe that it will work, just because that's not the way you would do it, doesn't mean that's not the way it should be done for them.
Correct.
Because if their consciousness doesn't bear them witness that this path is wrong, it won't be wrong.
Correct. I agree with you. And I'll be the first. Like I said, I call myself a different kind of Christian because I'm very understanding of both sides. I'm not the one that's gonna come and push my faith on somebody and tell you that you're wrong because you don't believe what I believe. Like I'm not that type of person.
Yeah.
And I take credit. I take accountability for the other Christians who push that because I don't agree with that. That's why a lot of Christians have a bad rep. That's why the faith itself has a bad rep, because it's like, if you don't believe what I believe, then you're wrong. But again, it's
more than that, because it depends on what brand of It depends on what brand of Christianity it is, because they're saying that you're more than wrong. You're going to hell.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It's deeper than that, and we make it seem just so generalized. Like, because if you believe, that is a caveat of it. You know what I'm saying? You will go that route, but we try to make it sound so black and white. Like, just if you don't believe, you go to hell. that's a part of it, but that ain't the whole thing. It's way more caveats than just if you don't believe you go to hell. It's deeper than that. But a lot of people don't take the time to explain X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? So it's
You know what I say? You know what I say?
mhm.
The believer and those who don't subscribe to the Abrahamic faiths, specifically Islam and Christianity, have one thing in common. Neither one of you believe you're going to hell. I don't believe I'm going to hell, and you don't believe you're going to hell. Because you say you're a believer, so you get to bypass, you get a hell out of free card. And I'm not going to hell because I know it don't exist. So neither one of us going. We both right. We both right. Because I don't believe it exists, so I ain't going. You say you a believer, so you're not going. That's what we both agree. Neither one of us is going to hell.
Right. That's true. That's true. But again, it's all about belief. You know, a lot of things too I don't like is a lot of people try to argue like logic with the faith. That's like the biggest debate that I see.
Okay.
And my whole thing is you can't explain faith with logic. You know what I'm saying? Because belief is something that you don't know. Logic is something that you know. Faith is believing in something that you don't know. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these debates and arguments that's going on is show me that God did this. Show me where Jesus did this. Show me logic. And it's like I can't show you faith. I can't show you spiritual. I can't show you supernatural. I can't show that to you. But there is a feeling though, and there is other people that have the same feeling, and we have all agreed that it has to be something because we can't explain it. I can't explain having nightmares and people touching me and stuff in my dreams, and I'm in a whole nother version of myself while I'm dreaming. I can't explain that to you. Okay. But if I go and I talk to 5 strangers and they have similar experience, and then when we try to go find the answer, we can go to a book that explains what that is. I feel like there's some truth to that. Whether you want to call it right or wrong, it got to be some truth if we're having a similar experiences and then something is identifying what that is. Yeah. But a lot of people like, explain it to me, show it to me black and white. I can't do that.
right. Because we don't want to take the subjective as truth, right? Because that's experience is subjective. It depends on the one experiencing it, right? Right. And so that's what we get schizophrenia from and bipolar, right? When people have what the society would call mental disorders because they're having experiences that they can't explain, that no one else can see, no one else can quantify because it's subjective. Right. And so the only issue with me is that I believe the subjective becomes objective. So even though I believe you can prove that the mind is the creator, I know that's testable and provable because I've done it. Mm-hmm. Where religion is going to say, well, no one really knows the mind of God. No one really knows how God is going to do a thing, which is true, but his hindsight is 2020. So even though I may not know in this moment how I'm going to get the mansion, when I get the mansion, I can tell the story, right? Because now I can look back. Hindsight will be 2020. Now I can tell you, actually, I prayed for this and I got it. And I can show you how God did it. Right. Whereas when it comes to faith-based, where just believe me, and you're not giving me anything to prove what you're telling me, that's what I don't subscribe to, because that's kind of how, again, this may not be your form or brand of Christianity, but that's the brand of Christianity I'm familiar with. It's just believe the pastor just on face value with no proof to back up what it's saying. I don't think science and God are separate. I say they're one. That because you're told in the script, right? And this is something that pastors like to use. They like to use it as a way to get your money. They love Malachi 3:8-10. Bring that tithe, and then, but because what did the rest of it say? Prove me now herewith, then see, right? So it's telling you to test this. Right. Test it. Right. But the thing is that I know the tithe isn't money. In the church, your faith has now become money.
Right. It's monetized.
Right. It's God requires a seed of faith to move, and your seed of faith is money. Where does that say that in the script? Because I know you take the tithe and you say, well, we're going to go to Malachi 3 and 8, and we're going to say that this is what it is. But how come Jesus didn't, when he was doing his miracles, how come, if that was the way to move God, how come when Jesus was in the highways and the byways and he was asking, what would you have of me? What did you want me to do for you? How come he didn't ask for 10%? How come he asked for a tithe? He never asked for one. Never did.
Right.
There was two questions. What do you want, and do you believe I can do it? That was it.
Right. And that's why I say I'm a different type. I ain't gonna say different type because I'm not trying to exclude myself out of our group, but I'm a realist at the end of the day. So I understand that religion itself has a man-made aspect to it, right? And you can go to the wrong church. But people like the group church as a collective whole. There are some bad churches out here. There are some money-hungry churches out here. If I go to a church and it has an ATM in the vestibule in the lobby, 9 times out of 10, I'm probably not in the right church because I know what you're preaching. But that doesn't deter me from the faith because you're also supposed to go get your own understanding. You go read the Bible and you get your own download. You're not supposed to trust no man, what no man tells you, right? So just because he's the preacher, that's his title. He's still a man at the end of the day. When he walks out of the pulpit, he got a regular 9 to 5. He got demons that he deals with. He has bad character development traits that he deals with outside of his quote unquote title. So growing up in the church though, and I agree with you, we were taught, don't ask no questions, shut up, whatever I say is law. And if you question anything that I'm saying, you wrong. You got the devil in you, all of that stuff. You cannot question.
The answer is always you got a demon. You always got a demon. When they can't answer the question, it's always, well, you just got a devil.
Right. But when I grew up, and I got into a more mature mind where I can understand and investigate things for myself, I understand that that's not God. That's not the spirit. That's not the Christ mind. That's not Christ-like. That's not what that is. Okay. That's man operating within his own ego, within his own self. So when you're able to decipher and identify what's really going on, that can help you navigate, on the Christian side, that can help you navigate that Christian walk. I know plenty of pastors that aren't good people outside of that. But I'm not going to sit here and blame God for that. I'm not going to sit here and say the Bible is not true because of how one man is preaching his understanding of it. I would never throw the whole religion away. And that's what a lot of people do. They get hurt. Their ego gets hurt. Their emotion get hurt. They're not getting the answers that they need. But that's not because of a lack of God or a lack of the faith. It's because of the person, the man that you're talking to is not explaining it to you the right way, or they're not catering to you in that moment, AKA, don't ask me no questions, get going.
Right. So what you say to those who actually went further than the pulpit and did their own research, how when you go outside of the Bible, because I know when I was in church, you couldn't go outside of the Bible. You could not get anything else because they would say it will lead you away from the faith. Well, if the faith is true, it shouldn't lead me away. If it's true, and it should be able to, pass the test of being skeptical or, researching it. So, and that's what I did. And that's what led it. And I know a lot of people say, well, most people try to say that your church hurt because you walk away from the faith. But no, it's deeper than that. It has nothing to do with some man did. It's the way man translates it. See, I see the Bible, as you see on the screen, is psychological truth. And I don't see that any of those people existed in time and space. It's mythology for me. It's no different than Greek mythology. It's no different than, the Canterbury Tales or Moby Dick. That this book is a book telling us a story about the evolution or the fall of the soul back to the awakening of the soul. So the Old Testament for me is when the soul mind believes in two powers. That's the knowledge of good and evil. The New Testament is when the mind awakens to unity, to oneness, where you no longer see the duality of mind. You only operate from the Christ mind, from the oneness, to see that all is God. And how do I know this? Because John 1 tells me, in the beginning was the Word. I know people want to attribute that to God, attribute that to Jesus, like that God being manifested in flesh only happens one time. But I'm going to say that that story is actually telling you that every being born of woman is God manifested in the flesh.
Yeah.
That we're all
Yeah.
gods having a human experience. And so it goes deeper than just what a pastor is saying over the pulpit, because I understand most pastors don't even know what they're talking about. There is really just about, some people just like the power, the authority that position gives them, and then also they get to line their pockets. Now I'm gonna, it's, as you say, not all pastors have that mindset. Some pastors really do have a heart for people, want to help people, and want to try to lead people to a better life on this side of heaven, as people say. But I know heaven is within you, and it has to be expressed by
Right.
you.
And it is a personal thing. It does boil down to a personal thing. And that's why if you're a true believer, you understand it's about relationship. It's not about these rituals. It's not about going through the motions. It's about relationship with Jesus. That's the big part of it. But again, that's not what's being preached to the masses. That's not the forefront of the message. And I seen somebody in the comments saying that I'm not a true believer because I'm able to empathize and sympathize and talk to you about my belief. So whoever said it in the comments thinks I'm not a believer because I'm not sitting here telling you, you wrong, you finna burn in hell because you don't believe in me, blah, blah, blah. If you're a real believer, you understand God don't even tell you to do that. First off, you're not supposed to argue the faith with anybody.
Say that.
The way you bring people to the faith is you share the story. Yes. And then you allow God, you plant the seed, and then you let God grow that if it's meant. The Bible also tells you everybody's not going to be a believer. So everybody is not meant to be a Christian. Like it says that. But a lot of people, they don't know the faith. They don't know the Bible. You going off of your logic. Again, this is not logical. You're going off of your emotion and your understanding. The Bible says lean into not your own understanding. But we do that every single day. And then you want to go out here and preach and tell somebody else they living wrong or they not living right, or because you don't believe what I believe. That's not it. You're missing the whole thing, and that's why everything gets misconstrued. That's why Christians get a bad rep. You're not teaching it. You're not explaining it the right way. Like I said, me and you on opposing sides, but we can still have a conversation. I still respect you as a human. You're still a person. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't look at you like you a devil. Like you just don't believe what I believe. Cool. Go on about your business. I'm gonna go about my business. I'm still finna go make some money. Take care of my daughter. You still finna run TikTok. It's cool. We don't have to be enemies. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But speaking of that, I got to go. I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the conversation as well. It was really great. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. And so we have Relax Is Me. Are you there? That was a good conversation. Thanks, West. Relax Is Me. Are you there? You can unmute.
Yeah. No, I was just reading the prompt. You say the Bible is psychology?
Yes.
Psychological.
Oh, I'm sorry. I ain't got my glasses on.
It's the same thing, but it's just psychological.
I apologize. I ain't got my glasses on. But okay. I think that the Bible is more of a historical book, like a history book.
So you're a Christian?
To me.
You're a Christian?
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No. I believe in God.
Okay.
But I'm not a Christian.
Okay. No, I don't agree that anything in that book ever happened in real time. Ever.
In real time, everything that in that book, it came to pass. It's true. Everything in that book is factual. Even up to the part where if you read Revelations, it literally tells you that the orange-haired guy was going to be the president and everything.
Really?
It tells you all of that.
Okay.
Really?
Okay. So yeah, so really? Says you. I disagree, but hey, to each his own.
Oh, she said, can he give example? Yeah. So the Bible tells you like who you are. In Genesis.
Now I agree with that. It does tell you who you are, but what do you say that the Bible's telling you who you are? What is the Bible saying about you?
Well, I don't go. So what I do is I study the Bible, then I study actual scientific facts, right?
Yeah, but you said the Bible tells you about who you are, and I'm saying, well, I agree. What is the Bible saying about you? I didn't ask you how did
Oh,
you study the Bible. I said you said it's a book about you. It's talking about you. It's telling you who you are. I'm like, I agree. So what is the Bible saying about
well,
you?
it tells you,
Mm-hmm.
all of us
Mm-hmm.
that has melanin in our skin, it definitely tells you a story, a historical story about who you are, and like you are actually the people who God made this earth for. And it literally tells you about people that's not supposed to be on this earth that are on this earth, right? They're called the Edomites.
How are they supposed to be not supposed to be here, but they're here? How did that happen? How did they get here, but they're not supposed to be here?
So, um, you have dark matter and you have light matter, right? So you're made of light. Other people are made of dark matter, and it's scientifically proven from CIA and FBI files that you have 9 DNA strands, and you are the only people on this earth. We are the only people on this earth have 9 DNA strands. Everybody else has 6. Everybody. They did a test. It was proven, right? You are considered on FBI and CIA files, anybody with melanin, as extraterrestrial because of your DNA strands, right? The reason is because you're the only person that is actually made of cosmic DNA. You have cosmic DNA in your DNA.
Okay.
So that means that you originate from the source of the earth. So that's why they say you're extraterrestrial.
Okay.
In the Bible, it tells you about 2 groups of people. One group of people God put on this earth and chose to be his children.
Okay.
And another group of people came from a different.
So how is
lineage,
God
a
taking
different
care of his
food.
children? What is God doing for his children? How is God taking care of his children? What's going on? Well, why is there not relationship between God and his children? What's happening with that?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. This is just hypothetical. If you have a rich father,
But
your
no, no,
dad
no,
was
no,
the
no, no,
richest-
no, 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 no.
Hold on.
How? No, how?
I'm
I
asking you a
asked you.
question.
No, I asked you a
I'm
question. You're
asking-
going to
I'm
ask me.
answering.
No, you're not. You're not answering
No,
a
I'm
question.
answering.
You can't answer a question with a question. So I'm not going to answer
Okay,
you
so-
until you answer me.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put it in a hypothetical, like a hypothetical form for you. If my dad was a rich person and he died and left me everything, right?
Okay.
And I let someone else take it from me, or steal it from me, or convince me that it wasn't mine, right? Or it didn't belong to me, then why would I be mad at my dad because he did his job? Right?
But here's the thing with
Wouldn't
the
you say
dad.
that?
But here's the thing that this particular dad is the reason all of it's happening, and he knows the end before the beginning, and he the one constructed this whole thing. So yes, I'm going to be mad at the manufacturer. I'm not going to be mad at the creation. I'm going to be mad at the manufacturer because what? You built this city. You built it. You constructed this. You thought all this out. You allowed all this to take place, and you want me to be mad at the thief and not the one who wrote the story. This your story.
No.
The father, you wrote this story. You said I had this all mapped out. I had a plan. This was the plan from the beginning. The plan. He had a purpose and a plan. And the purpose and the plan was to put his children down here to be treated any old kind of way while he sit back and like they'll figure it out. Just one day. I'll let them figure it out. One day they're gonna come to the realization of who they are. And I'm just gonna sit back and chill and just let whatever had, just free for all. Just do what you want to do to them because that's what they get. They didn't honor me. They didn't love me the way I said to love me.
Well,
They didn't do everything that I told them to do. So they get to get what they get. They get to get punished. They get to. I don't know. That's a God I'm not going to be online to. That's a God I'm not going to. That's not a father. I don't want that type of father. Like what? Disown me. Disown me.
I get it.
Disown me. Cause what?
You shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that. But listen, I'm gonna tell you this, right? If it's water for free and somebody charge you for it and you pay for it, whose fault is it? The person that charged you for it, or is it the person that paid for it and knowing that the water is free?
Why is it a fault?
Fruits are free, right? They grow on the tree. They grow from the ground. Nobody pays. Nobody makes them grow, right? But they grow for you to eat, right?
Okay.
So if it's free and somebody puts a system up and say you have to pay for it and you allow it, what would you be mad at the tree? Or would you be mad at either you yourself for being naive enough to pay for it? Or would you be mad at the person for charging you?
How about I'm not mad? Either way. How about I'm not mad?
Obviously you're mad.
Why would I be mad?
Because I'm explaining to you a situation, right? And you keep avoiding the situation, but
No, I'm not. How am I avoiding it? I'm not avoiding. I just disagree with you. That's not avoidance. I'm telling you, I'm not mad. You want me to be mad about a construct. We're having an experience here on this third dimensional plane, and you're mad about the constructs we built and that we all agreed to. But then you want me to be mad about the fact that we agreed to it. Why am I going to be mad about something I agreed to? I'm agreeing to pay for the water. Why am I gonna be mad? So I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna walk around. I can't believe I gotta pay for this water. I can't believe I gotta pay for the money. Whereas I pay for the water, I'm just gonna be so mad. I gotta pay for the. As I continue to pay for the water, I'm so mad. Oh, why are they charging me? Why did that? What is that gonna do? It's useless, pointless, wasted energy. So got better things to do with my mind.
So let me ask you a question. If you not mad, why would you say, "Well, where God at? And He made the plan." So
no, I'm coming from those who think that God is outside of us and God and the book is about worshiping a God. I'm being sarcastic because I'm coming from your perspective, not mine. Because I know the Bible is about me. Because what I was asking you to give me your understanding what you're saying this Bible is. I didn't say I agreed to you. When the response I was giving to you was satirical. It wasn't what I believe. I know that I am God manifested in the flesh. I know I'm here having a human experience. I know I'm here. These constructs are all constructs built in the mind.
Right.
And so I know it's a game. It's a one-player game. It's a matrix. It's a simulation. It's a dream. So why am I mad at the dream when I know I can command it? I can play in the dream too. I can play the game. I can play the game of me thinking I have to pay for water.
Good, no doubt.
Like we get to play in the game. So like what? Okay, so it's no harm, no foul.
I'll just speak on what you just said, right? God never told you to worship him. He told you to honor him, right? So that's the Bible. The preacher told you to worship him. He said, honor me, right? Like you honor your mama and you honor your daddy or whatever construct or delusional thing you got going on. Whichever one, right? So that's what God say, honor me. He didn't say worship me, bow to me. He didn't say that. He said honor me.
Okay.
As the creator.
Okay.
Right?
What does that mean? How do you honor God?
I don't know what your honor look like. What do you mean? How do you honor your mother?
Well, my mother has transitioned. I didn't honor my mother. I had a relationship with my mother. There was no honoring. What do you mean honor her? I honor me. That's honoring God, loving me. And so when I love me, I can love others. Honoring God is honoring self, the knowledge of self, knowing that I am one with my world, that my world is not separate from me. So whenever I be true to myself, I'm honoring this God that you're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened? He just disappeared.
Yeah, he left. I'm gonna go. Hold on, Seeker. I'm gonna go to is that Nyla? Is that how you say that? Nyla. You can unmute. Naila. Okay.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm fine. What I have learned along the years of studying and searching for the truth, that First, there was a thought, and Jesus always talked about the Word. And the Word is with God, and He's the source of everything. He never said none of those things. He's a loving, merciful, forgiving God. Now, this is when the book get hijacked from a deity. There's another God that's sitting on the throne saying, worship me, sacrifice, blood, blood, blood. And I'm like, how are y'all not seeing all this? And they say, another quote was, it's okay to rape a woman.
Language, please. We can't say that on TikTok.
Okay. Well, what's the other word?
Grape.
Take advantage.
Or grape. Change it in some
grape.
way that we'll recognize.
Okay,
just put another,
grape.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we already know what happened in the garden, right? So when you sit there and hear it, it should make sense. Why would God ask what Adam is, and he's all knowing and all seeing? And why would Cain be afraid to leave the garden, knowing after what he did, he's saying they are going to kill me? Who is they? So there was a creation before the creation. We're talking about 3 creations: the sons of God, the dark matter, Sophia, the mother. So a lot of people is not going deep enough because of the fact that the enemy has taken away majority of the books that is giving us the truth. During Jesus' resurrection, for 40 days he taught. Now, there's a period where he had to go to hell and come back. And he promised that he was going to bring the people back. And he did. So I'm looking at all this stuff, but the church is teaching us something different. But then when you go up on your own and get the book of Enoch and try to put all together and the Gnostic and the Canon and the Maccabees and all that, you're getting something completely different. So then you got to look at the fact, well, the Egyptians had different deities or gods. So when it says, let's make man like us in our image, who is us now? What are you talking about? So you're talking about the spiritual aspect. You're not talking about the physical. And this is a material world. So this material world been developed by the false god that hijacked the book. So then they turned the book as a political and a almost like putting you in jail. But we are in jail. It's a physical jail. Your flesh is jail. We are the spark and divine. We are God. We are Christ. The Christ consciousness has to return. And what he was trying to tell us before somebody hijacked it and lied, because they don't want us to know that we have the power. We are the light. And Christ was saying the same thing. He wasn't saying he was God for us to go through him like that. He was basically saying that we are him. But we have to wake up. And so in the simulation or dream state or whatever you want to call it is what we have to wake up from. Then the 666 is our name. It's not a demonic number. And I'm like, whoa, I'm getting hit hard. So if I go to church and say all this stuff to the pastor, he's not going to be happy, and he's going to be pissed, and I'm going to be like, you know what? Well, I've been pissed since the day I was born, and y'all been lying all this daggone time, and now I'm finding out who the real Jesus is. So at the end of the day, when y'all sit up here and talk all this bull crap over here, it's not about salvation. It's not about saving our souls. You made a deal with the devil. Who will put in the book, a God that's going back and forth with a demon, talking about you can do whatever you want to Job, but you can't kill him. I don't get that. So at the end of the day, it's just like you got to think and just think about what just happened, what was said. Nah. And then the God in the Bible says he didn't even like us anyway. That's why we got destroyed a whole bunch of times. First they said we was noisy, we made too much noise. Then he just don't like us. And it's in different scriptures in the book. I would have to pull because I got a Hebrew Bible and then I got an Ethiopian Bible.
Okay.
And that's what transpired. The Ethiopian Bible has more of the books in there that you can read. So then when I started learning, I said, wait a minute, hold up. This is a whole full bloodline. They did not get colonized like everybody else. And the bloodline is Ham. The bloodline was never broken. They were the original people who held that Christian book to themselves so no one else would get the truth. And the monks were holding on to it too. So everybody do not have all the word, all the saying that's going on in this Bible. But what I'm seeing is 800,000 people being killed and murdered in this Bible. And we're talking about women, men, and children.
We gotta watch out. We gotta watch our language though. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, unalive. So we have all this unaliving going on, and our God is all loving and merciful and forgiving. So who is this other guy? No, you hijacked it. I'm not going along with it. If people want to keep believing what the church is saying, they're under the Council of Nicaea in the Roman Catholic Church and the Vatican. They take their root. They have to take orders from the Vatican. So if he put if the Holy Spirit was there, right? Mother, Father, Holy Spirit. Then the Vatican says, oh, we took it out. But then we put it back in for tradition? Whoa. Whoa. You gonna put it in for tradition? Oh nah. See, that's where you misleading the people. And guess what? If there is a hell, which I'm being told it's not, it's like a darkness, like they're saying it's a purgatory where you're alone and you're being tormented, and it's a crazy realm, another spiritual realm, and it's not here. It's elsewhere. But and then it's just oh wow, it is so messed up that I feel sorry for everybody that's going to church right now, and y'all really think y'all going to heaven, because when they sit there and say when a person passed away, absence from the body is present with the Lord. No, it's not. Because you got 3 icons that you got to answer to, and you better get all 3 questions right. That's what Jesus said, and Jesus hipped us during the 40 days.
What did he say? What you mean the 3
He
archons?
said the 3 archons are the dark entity of this world.
Where did he say that at?
There's it's not even in the Holy Bible. You got to go get the Ethiopian Bible.
Oh, okay. So, I've heard this. I've heard what you're talking about. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with that perspective, and that's okay. We don't have to agree. I don't see the Bible as a historical book, and I don't see it as it's talking about more than one power. I don't agree with that. I see it, the Bible is telling you there's only one power, and you get to decide how to use that one power. You can use that power for good or for evil. It's just like electricity. Electricity is neutral until the person who's using it. We're right. So electricity, so energy. The Bible's talking about energy. And so you get to use this energy however you're going to use it. You are the operant power. So you can be the devil. You can be the Satan. You can be the evil.
That's not what Jesus said.
Or you can be God.
That's not what Jesus said.
I'm telling you. Hold on. I didn't interrupt you because I'm telling you my perspective. I let you tell your perspective, right? I'm telling you where I disagree with you, which is okay. It's okay that we disagree. We don't have to agree. I'm just giving you my perspective, my point being how I live my life. There are no evil spirits attacking me ever. Nothing is opposing me. Nothing is against me. But I know because we all have our own journey, our own path, everyone can create the experience they want to have on this 3rd dimensional plane. And so some people like to create other entities outside of themselves so they can feel like something is against them. I choose not to walk that path. I used to be a Christian. I used to be a Sunday school teacher. I know what the pastors and preachers talk about. And now I studied the Bible from a psychological perspective. I know none of those things in that book ever took place from a physical perspective. They all take place from a psychological, spiritual perspective. Every story in that book from Genesis to Revelation is talking about the duality of the mind and then the unity of the mind. Every time you get two natures in the script, it's talking about the two natures in you. Cain and Abel, Esau and Jacob, Jesus and Satan, or Jesus and the devil. Those are two natures within every being born of woman. That's all it's telling you. It's nothing
Okay.
beyond that. But if you
It
want to
is
believe
beyond
that
that.
there is something greater than that, you get to have that
No.
belief. I'm not here to argue with anyone's
No,
belief.
it's-
I'm not here
it's
to
not
change anyone's belief. I'm
it's
not
not
here
a
to
belief.
convince anyone of anything. And I'm not going to be persuaded against what I believe.
No, I don't need you. I don't want to persuade you. But did you got a chance to read the Gospel of Thomas or the Infancy of Thomas? That one of the books. That's one of the main books that was taken out.
I listened to the Book of Thomas. Yeah. I'm still not seeing it from your perspective. I'm still seeing it's not saying anything different than those 66 books said, which is telling you that all is mind. Have you ever read the book, the Hermetica? Have you ever read Kabbalion? Have you ever read the Hermetica?
I have 88 books.
I know. Have you ever read the Hermetica or the Kabbalion?
No, I'm reading the Maccabees and the Jubilees.
Okay.
And Enoch. So it's something completely different. But the thing is, what I was saying was I'm going off of what Jesus is saying and why he had to stay here for 40 days after the resurrection. We're talking about post-resurrection. So he had to sit up here and remind us who we were. And everybody is not getting it. And then the people is acknowledging the fact that, and then the white people is laughing at us because they're saying it's their Bible. Y'all still going on along with their God. They blue-eyed, blonde-haired Jesus when it's a historical.
I get what you're saying. I'm not pitting the human.
No,
I'm not about to. There's only one being, and that's God, individualized. I'm not here to talk about the shell, the vessel, in which God is contained. Because this is nothing but this is a container. This is a container. It's a vessel.
It's a prison.
Okay, for you it's a prison. For me, it's a container.
It says it in the book. It's a prison.
Okay. Here's the thing. I think you want to try to teach what you want us to accept. And I'm going to let you go start your own live and then you can teach it. Because my live, I gave you space to say it. I told you we don't agree, but it seems like you still want to tell us that we need to see it this way. And we're going to just have to end the conversation. Because I don't like the fear mongering. It still gives religious tones to me. When you start telling me about prisons and devils and demons and Satan's oh my, I don't subscribe to that way of thinking. I don't agree with fear mongering. I don't agree with you better try to, rise up against those that have oppressed and I just don't want to talk about it. It's not elevating, doesn't help anyone. It's fear mongering. It's trying to make people think that, life is already challenging. We want to tell people how to make life heaven here on earth, not to make them in fear of life. I'm not about to try to convince people that it's this evil thing out to get you, out to control you, out to manipulate you, and you better be aware of the boogeyman around the corner. I had that. I dealt with that in Christianity. It's the reason why I don't subscribe to that. I'm definitely not going to leave Christianity and then walk into the same type of mindset. That's why I've been loosed and set free from that mindset. I'm not about to go back. So I'm gonna go to the next guest, to Seeker. Hello, Seeker. How are you?
I'm fine. I hear what you said. Yeah, it's the shell stuff. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I was just listening in. I'm just learning. Again, just listening to understand. I don't know. You mentioned something. You said you looked at the Kabbalah. Did you do your did you look outside of the Bible yourself?
Yeah. Yes, I read the Kabbalion. The Hermetical principles are virtually saying the 7 laws of the universe. Have you ever like came across that? The 7 laws of the
Yeah,
universe. Yeah.
I haven't
So
heard about this. It's funny that
okay.
you said 7 laws of England. You know,
But I believe there's only one law. Even it's just broken down as 7, but there's only
yeah,
one
7.
law.
Okay,
Right.
interesting.
I accept there's only one law. All of those 7 laws are saying the same thing, that all is mind. You could have just stopped at one, which is that all is mental, because everything else is just an offshoot of that.
Yeah, but you know what it is. People look at art differently, so you have to keep expressing it.
Right.
for
You,
those
we
to
like to
understand.
we learn in steps, right? You can't have just one step. You gotta have 3-step, 5-step, 7-step, a 12-step, a 10, right? Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You know, there's a saying in Africa: not all fingers are the same length, but yet they can form a fist.
Oh, love it. Nice.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm loving what you're saying. I'm listening in. I haven't really got, I guess, because you did say yes, it's about you, and you do recognize that power comes from a higher, correct? So I don't, yeah. I
Yeah, the
understand.
power is within you. So even though I'm saying that the power is, I'm saying there's 2 natures in every being.
Mhm.
The lower nature and the higher nature. The higher nature is what we call God. The lower nature is what we call the ego, or the human being, or the man of
Mhm.
sense.
Yeah,
The one that
yeah.
operates from the physical
Yeah.
world, right? Those are the 2 natures. But those 2
100%.
natures have to become one.
Yeah.
2 have to
Fight
become
against your
one.
need. Because I was in the journey thinking, oh, I need to get rid of that self, that this fleshly thing. And then I was alive, and someone said to me, I don't get it. Why are you fighting with something that you just are?
I
Why
love
can't
that.
things just accept of what? And it stopped me in my tracks.
Yes.
I thought about it for a while.
That's it.
And then I realized that one must be able to look into the mirror, into the abyss, and ask yourself a question: who am I?
Oh, that's what I said. That's what the
then-
Christ said to the disciples.
Yeah.
Who
and
do
then-
you say that I am?
And then I guess I forgot my friend. What I want to say. Yeah, who am I? And so at the beginning, I'm a cool guy. I'm this. All the ladies love me. I'm a handsome. And I was like, that's rubbish. Put that to one side. It took me a while. Then I found out who I am, and the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I've accepted. And then I said, okay, this is where I'm at. Now, what do I want to become?
You're
That's
already
beautiful.
it. You're
That's
already what you desire. You're already it. It's not about becoming, it's about being. That's why the question is posed, who am I? Because
So the
whatever you
question
say
is just
I
impossible.
am, is I am. The answer
I
is
know,
I
but-
am. I'm whatever I say I am.
I agree with you, but in every part of life, I'm in sales, and one of the sales things that I usually say to salespeople, with people I'm training in sales, is there is no comfort in growth. I think there is no wherever you are. If there's too much comfort, you are not growing.
Mm.
You must
I
consistently.
would say the Bible disagrees with you.
How so?
The Christ says, take my yoke upon you and learn of me. For I am meek, disciplined, and
Yes,
lowly of
easy.
heart, and I should give you rest unto your souls. For my burden is easy, and my yoke is light. Light and easy is the way. However, the world will tell you, no, you got to struggle through it. No pain, no gain. Light and easy for 2000. Thank you, Alex. I'm on Jeopardy.
But we also have mind over matter.
Yeah, if you don't mind it, it don't matter. If you don't mind it, don't matter. Stop minding it, then it won't matter.
I try to say it doesn't matter.
Because I came that your joy may be full.
So that verse from Jesus. So what makes you think it differs from what I just said? What am I missing?
Yeah, you think you're supposed to carry the burden. You think you're supposed
And
to make
then,
it grow.
but
Oh no, you're supposed to
Elijah's,
be still and no. You don't make a thing happen. That's why you stress. That's why you struggle because you're going against the current. If you
but
if
once
you
you,
float downstream, isn't it easy? The work comes when you go against the current because now you got to paddle. But if you just
yes, I
turn the
agree.
boat and you just float downstream, it's easy peasy, fresh and squeezy. But if I'm going against the current, now I got to work. Now I got to paddle. Now I got to do all this. But if I turn my boat around and I just go with the flow, there is no work involved.
Mm, I see what you're
Right?
saying.
Because what did
I will see
Jesus
it
say?
just slightly.
I of my own self do nothing.
But didn't Jesus talk about a wide gate and a narrow gate? Yours sound kind of wide.
Hold on, we'll get to you.
Not wide, not everybody.
because
We're
the,
not-
the
guys, you need
because
to
the
understand
the
what we're
straight
doing.
gate is the narrow gate, and there be few that go in, and the few that go in be the ones they don't want the easy way. They're going to tell you that the way is the struggle. That road is wide as hell. Because people don't want to just sit and be still. I got to do something because faith without works is dead, but the work is mental, was never physical. It's when you get your mind right, the body follows. The body
Yeah.
automatically goes whatever the mind tells it to. Because the mind is Christ, the power and wisdom of God. You gotta let the Christ lead you. You're trying to let your senses lead. Senses have to become obedient to the mind of Christ.
I mean, I just want you to know and everyone to know that there's no, when I'm always talking to you, there's no like challenging. Well, I'm trying to deepen my wisdom. So I see what you're saying.
Because here's the
Let me
thing,
give-
all you have to do is
let me-
prove it to yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not saying to believe anything I said because I'm saying it because it sounds good, because no, I know it's true because I proved it to myself. This isn't theory for me. And how it does not just become theory for you, but evidentiary for you, is evidenced in it. You got to apply it. Can't be just a hearer of the word. You got to be a doer also.
Yes. So, well, let me put. When you were talking, I just had this vision. Not a vision, but I'm not a prophet, but I had this concept, right? Okay, you get a seed. You plant the seed. You go and get soil. And you get that seed and you plant it deep in the dark. But it's in the soil. The soil is nourished because of the water, right? And then that seed in the darkness, I would say maybe the water is wisdom. And that gives good soil. You plant the seed in there and the seed breaks through and it stretches and the root goes all the way up and it struggles. He breaks through every single thing. He's pushing and pushing through the darkness until he hit. And why is he going up? Because he's trying to get to the light. And then he breaks through the light. And then but he doesn't stop there. It continues. And then it flourishes. And then it brings forth fruit.
But who told you that it was struggling to break through? What if it's doing what it naturally does? Grows. Who said it was a struggle?
Because you're going from one thing.
But why are you assuming that's a
one man to
struggle?
another.
Why does that have to be a struggle? Because it's naturally doing what it does, grow. It's not making itself grow. We don't make ourselves grow, right? You can't make yourself get taller. You can make yourself get wider. If you believe, if you believe food, if you believe you put food in you, and you believe that food is going to cause you to go like this, but no one can add a cubit to its right. You can pray for height, but you can't make the height come. Right? You don't make that happen. That's what that's what I want you to see. You're not making anything happen. You're experiencing the happening.
Okay, you say because we don't know. You're right about me saying about the seed. How do I know it's struggling? Because I'm not a plant. Okay, fair enough. Then okay, I'll say the same concept, but I'll move it towards a woman giving birth.
Yeah, men got
The
involved
seed
and tried to
planted.
tell us how to have babies. If we would stoop, the baby would drop. But we told to lay on our back because a man want to see. But there you but tell me about the giving the birth of a baby. Come on.
Yeah,
They made us strain the birth because they told us to lay on our back when we should be stupid. Because that baby would just the right gravity. The baby would just
drop.
drop.
Yeah.
But they convinced us, no, you want to lay on your back because a man wanted to see. One of my girls said that. The man wanted to see. I was like, you sure right. Man wanted to see. Want to look, see. Let me see what's happening. What's going on up in there? Lay on your back so I can get a good look.
Could we? Because I get what you're saying. When you let go, you let God, and everything comes. You let go and let. And
The struggle is over. The battle is over. Stand
I know.
still. Stand still.
But you also said that we have to do our work. We got to put in the work.
But the work is not a physical thing. It's not physical. It's mental.
Yeah, that's your spiritual. That's your mental, spiritual side. But for you to do your task upon this world, what you're meant to do, which is make it a better place.
Really? No, I'm not here to save the world. I'm here to create my own.
Oh.
I'm here to create my own. I didn't come here to, no, I don't believe in saviors,
Why
which is why I'm no
do you
longer a
think
Christian. I don't believe in saviors. Savior? If I don't believe in a savior, what makes you think I'm here to save somebody if I don't even believe in it? I don't believe in this. I don't need a savior, neither do you.
You don't.
You just
it's
need to
not
remember
about-
who you are. You just need to remember who you are.
Yeah, but prosperous. It's not about religion. Forget about being Christian or Muslim or whatever. If you are what we say we are, and we we elevate, right? And you hear the cries of your sisters and your brothers' children and your grandchildren. If you had the opportunity to risk it all, but knowing that you could lose your soul at the same time, just to go back, would you do it?
No. Everybody has their own path. I can't interrupt somebody's path. Because here's the thing, what I know I can't save anyone and I can't wake anyone up. When I started and then I'll go to the next person after I say this. When I came on, I reminded everyone, I say this constantly. I'm not here to convince, convert, or proselytize. I'm not here to wake the sleeping giant within you. I couldn't even if I tried. I gave the example of the Christ, asking the disciples, who do you say that I am? And Peter came back and said, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. And the Christ's response to that, oh, blessed are you, Simon, son of Bar-Jonah. Flesh and blood did not reveal this to you. My Father, which is in heaven, has made this known. What is that saying? No man can tell you you're God. No one can tell you you don't need us. No one can tell you this. This comes from a revelation within. Because when you try to wake that sleeping giant, oh, they gonna tear you to pieces. That's why the scripture says you don't give your pearls to swine. You don't give it to the dogs, because they gonna turn around and they gonna rend you. They're gonna call you a heretic. They're gonna call you blasphemous. They're going to call you every name but the child of God, because everybody not ready to receive this message. So you go within, you be John in the wilderness saying, repent, repent, for now is the kingdom of God at hand. But it's only for those who have ears to hear and eyes to see. Everybody is not going to receive this message. And so if they don't receive it, what you're told, you got to shake the dust off your feet and keep it moving. You don't try to convince anyone, because you can't. If they're not going to hear, they're just not going to hear it. It just means that it's not their time. They came here to experience more of this duality, play more in this matrix, continue to sleep as a baby. And they have their Nightmare on Elm Street producing that Freddy Krueger. The only way Kruger goes away, has no power. Gotta wake the fuck up. Gotta wake up in the dream. Gotta wake up. Wake up from the dream. All right, Midwest. Great talking to you, Seeker. Great talking to you.
Yeah, what's good with you?
Oh, all is good. Thank you.
That's what's up. I just was a little curious at where you, what your position was. Like, are you Christian or are you a different like denomination or? Because I
No.
heard you talking to the last lady, and I didn't know if it sounded like she was trying to persuade you one way, and you were resisting a little bit. But I didn't get the whole context of the conversation.
Yeah, I didn't agree with her perspective. I was just letting her know what my perspective was. But she didn't want to hear she didn't want to hear my perspective. She just wanted to preach her perspective. So I had to end the conversation.
Yeah, I heard that.
Because there's nothing
Yeah,
wrong
I
with us
heard
having
that.
a conversation about where we, our differences. But I'm not here to tell somebody they have to think and agree like me.
Yeah, that's what
Because
kinda
before
threw
she
me in
came,
when
before I talked to her, I was talking to a Christian, and we had a great conversation. Even though we're on opposing views, it was a great conversation because
Right.
I wasn't trying to convince him, and he wasn't trying to convince me. We were just having a conversation about our beliefs.
Yeah, it's more lives need to be like that. All this trying to humiliate and bully people and muting and dropping people is just getting old. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Well,
So I've been looking for
I
more fresh
will mute and drop if because I mean everyone can run their lives the way they want to, right? So this is my life. So I'm going to say, well, if you come up trying to convert, convince, and proselytize, like I understand that if you're a Christian, you feel like you've been told you have to go and preach the gospel to all the world, to all the nation. The only difference between me and the world is I've been a Christian. So I don't need to hear it. I used to be a Sunday school teacher. So I don't need to hear the spiel about how I'm, if I don't accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, heaven is my bound. I already know that. I've been there, done that.
You say you used to be a Christian. What did you change to?
I don't identify with any organization.
Oh, okay, got you. So it would be, I don't know if it's safe to say non-denominational or.
Oh no, I don't believe in anybody died for my sins. I don't believe in saviors.
Okay, got you. All right. I feel you. I was just liking what you were saying. I mean, I was liking how you was running it. It made a lot of sense. And one thing that really caught my attention was when you was talking about I forgot what you called it, but you were basically describing the two sides, the God and the devil, the Cain and Abel,
the duality.
and yeah. And I was like, wow, I never really thought of it like that. I mean, it was something like when you said it, it sounded familiar, but it was something I never really I guess acknowledged. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But that was like, okay, so I like that kind of, critical thinking, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just a little brief about me. I'm a former Christian as well, Seventh-day Adventist, and I became atheist back in 2016.
Okay.
And I used to be a believer, but the problem is that I think I just felt like I was indoctrinated by it. I didn't have a choice when I was growing up. And when I got older and had learned how to read and learned how to research, well, I never looked at the origin of the Bible or where anything came from. I just believed everything at face value and whatever pastors and deacons said to me, but I never looked it up for myself. When I started doing that and looking in the past and where, Christianity actually came from and the origin of all the texts, it was like, wow, I know it's not for everybody, but for me, it was like, this is completely made up. Like there's no way this shit is real.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, throughout history, you just see a pattern of them. Basically the religion that came after the one prior, it changing and editing it to what they want it to be or what they believe it is, but none of it's really the same as what the original was. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's
And
a book.
so
It's a book
I
of
think that's
parables.
why you have all these religions
Right.
today.
It's a book of symbols. It's a symbolic book. Symbolism.
Yeah.
The Bible has to be decoded. It has to be decoded. It cannot just be read. I mean, once your mind awakens to it, you can start seeing all this as symbolism in it. But when you're when you're still taking it as a literal history book, you're blinded to what the Bible is telling you.
Which it's historically inaccurate anyway. And It's full of anachronisms and full of contradictions anyway. So I don't know why anybody would believe it, but you
But
can't tell
here's
some
the thing:
people
it's
that.
not inaccurate when when you understand it. It's psychological. When read from the lens of psychology, or even so, when I say it as a science book, so you can find numerology in it, you can find the zodiac astrology in it, you can find neurology in it, you can find all the sciences are there. But the main principle is the psychology of it, because all is mind. It's reminding you how we create the world that we experience. And everyone is experiencing a different world because no two people share the same point of view or perspective about life.
That's facts. That's facts. So I mean, could you just elaborate a little more on what you mean, psychological, and then the bottom part of it where you say the Bible is a manifestation book?
Is the manifestation book? Yes. So there's one script that sums up the whole book. It's found in Proverbs. I can't remember if it's the 23rd or the 18th, but you can Google it. It says, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Heart and mind are synonymous. So in layman's terms, it's just telling you what you think about, you bring about. What you give, what you believe, what you're convicted of, convinced of in your own mind, in your own world, based on past experience, visions, dreams, whatever you want to call it, whatever brought you to that belief, that will be your personal experience. And so the manifestation part of it is telling you that whatever you desire, this is Mark 11:24, when you pray, believe you received it and you will have it. Because a manifestation is just the invisible becoming seen. And so the Bible's telling you, when you use your mind, it's telling you how to think, what you think about. Philippians 4:8, whatsoever things are lovely, this is how you're to think. Whatever things are true, whatever things are honest, whatever things are pure, noble, just, virtuous, anything praiseworthy of good report. The Christ said it this way: it is by your words are you justified, and it is by your words are you condemned. Said in another place, John 1, in the beginning was the Word. The Word is your intention, your thoughts, your beliefs, your assumptions, your intentions, your ideas. And it was God, it was with God, and it was God. And then it goes further. All things were created by the Word, your intention, your thought, your ideas, your assumptions, your intentions. And there was nothing that was made that was not made by the Word. Thoughts, intentions, ideas, assumptions, beliefs, your fears, your doubts, your worries. You are the reason for those things coming into your experience. And so in another place, Paul tells you, be not conformed to this world, your fears, your doubts, your limitations, but be ye transformed. Think again. With the renewing of your mind. It's a mind game. Because it said, put off the former conversation that is corrupt and be renewed in the spirit of your mind. The Bible's always talking about the mind.
Wow. So let me ask you something, man. A lot of these, I would say, fanatic Christians, Bible thumpers, or whatever, do you think it's affecting their mind in a way to where they don't want to hear any resistance or any other point of view? Kind of like that lady that was up here trying to. Do you think that's what's going on there when they read it, shaping their mind to be kind of programmed in that way? If that makes sense.
Absolutely. We all were programmed, right? We're told when we come into this third dimensional plane, you were shaped in iniquity. You are a sinner from the beginning. You were created in sin.
See, because I've always felt like, like when I stopped, practicing the religion, like it was just kind of a means of control, almost hypnotizing in a way,
Yep.
Kind of like snake charmer type of stuff. You
Yep.
know what I mean? And that was the way I was kind of looking at it now. And then I kind of see it now, because it was funny when people in my family found out that I was just moving away from it or whatever. The first thing they said, "Oh, the devil got him." You know, the devil got you. But I didn't feel that way. I mean, I didn't feel no devil had no hold of me. You know what I mean? I wasn't about to go drink no blood or sacrifice nothing. Like I was just.
They drink blood and eat flesh every Sunday. They call it communion.
Facts.
They call it communion,
Yeah.
right? You're drinking the blood and you're eating the flesh of your deity, and you're calling me like.
Yeah, you know, and yeah, it's just. I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying. I think you're somebody on Zoom. I went ahead and gave you a follow.
Oh,
'cause
thank you. Thank you.
I can learn. I'm always open to learn new stuff. I mean, I do like breaking down and deconstructing religion. That's just what I do. I go to a lot of Christian lives. I get kicked out of there immediately. As soon as I say anything, you know what I mean? Because they just don't want to hear it. But I'm also interested in how other people are kind of. I feel like. I don't know if brainwash is too harsh of a word, but just kind of.
No, we were all brainwashed because if you don't think for you, they're gonna tell you how to think.
Right, and I think it's fascinating how from one to the next they always have this different perspective of the same thing, to the point where they're telling me, a guy that I just got done talking to is not a Christian because of what he said, but y'all reading out the same book and y'all praising the same religion, but you're gonna tell me he don't know what he's talking about, but somehow you know better. You feel me? So I mean, I'm just fascinated by that, how from one person to the next you get this totally different perspective on it.
They said there's 45,000 denominations of Christianity. So.
That is crazy.
So,
yeah.
you know, for God not to be the author of confusion, I don't know why y'all need 45,000 different. Y'all should all just be under the Christ flag. Why y'all all got these different variations of the truth?
Right. It makes no sense. And I encourage anybody who's listening and your followers and everybody, go back and look at the history of it. You know what I mean? Just look at where it came from. I mean, you will find things that will blow your mind and make you just be like, wow, this can't be real. You know what I'm saying? It's just, but I'm gonna drop down. I'll listen to you from the comments. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Enjoyed you. Welcome. Hello, Ronald. You can unmute.
How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. I can't complain. I like the gentleman before I came in at the tail end of the conversation with you and the young lady. And I guess I would say, because there was a lot said after that too. And I can't, before I even start, I just want to tell you, you're amazing.
Oh, thank you.
You are. You're very amazing. To me, this is cool. Because I gained conscious, I became conscious maybe about 2009, 2010. And it was so lonely.
Oh. So I was walking this road by myself.
Yeah. And truth be told, when you're on this journey, like, it is lonely. It's supposed to be lonely. Because there's nothing else but you. And
how can you be alone how can you be lonely if you always got you? You should be your best company.
No. Okay. When I say lonely, meaning
you walk alone, but not that you're lonely.
You walk in this journey alone.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But you're not lonely, right? You're not lonely.
I can dig it.
I
can dig it. I would, okay, because I see you're very knowledgeable. I ask you this right here because my father was a pastor. My mama was a pastor. You know, the grandma was the deaconess, the granddaddy was the deacon, all that stuff. So I was born and raised in the church. Mm-hmm. All the scriptures, I know all the scriptures and all that good stuff. So when I started to read the Bible in a different perspective, I'm gonna be honest. You know how you know what happened to me?
What?
I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened to me. I decided to read the Bible unbiasedly. And this is as me still being a Christian. Okay. I was like, originally when I started, I was like, you know what? I'm going to just be a pastor like my daddy, this, and that. I said, okay, well, if I'm going to teach all these other people their religions are wrong, I need to know about their other religions so I can prove to them that they're wrong.
Right, okay.
And then when I started to do the research and read, I'm like, well, hold on. So then I started to read the Bible unbiased. I prayed and I say, well, God, listen, whatever I learned before, don't remind me of any of that. I just want to read it for myself. And if I'm going to be a follower of Christ, the first thing I'm going to read is the red letters. And then once I started reading the red letters, I said, okay, I'm going to start reading a chapter or two in a chapter after that.
Okay.
And once I started, I'm like, wait a minute. This isn't saying what I was taught. It really wasn't. Like, for us to be praising Jesus, my first thought was Jesus didn't want to be praised. He ran to the mountains. Every time he did a miracle, he would hide. When the lady came to him and she said, great works we have done in your name, he said, any works you have done in my name, when we go to the kingdom, I will not know you. So now I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. I asked you this right here because I got off. I love this because, like I said, the internet that drove me crazy. I love it. But what is your take? Because I heard you quote Paul, and from my perspective, Paul is the reason behind a lot of the confusion in the church, because the denominations are based on what Paul's interpretation was. And if you know, Paul never met Jesus. Paul was there when they stoned the lady and Jesus tried to stop him. Paul was killing Christians before he decided to become a Christian. So what is your take on Paul? Because when it gets, because I still dibble and dab, I read the Bible, but of course, I read it. That's what made me stop the title, because I do read it from a psychological level.
All right.
So what is your take on Paul?
Okay, so I thought, like you, when I took the Bible from a literal perspective, like a history book, you recognize that the epistles does not align with the gospels, because you have
Right.
Paul establishing a church and you have Jesus talking about the kingdom. Even
Yes.
though, they say that he says, oh, upon this rock I'll build my church, and all that, the gates of hell will not prevail against it. However, even though he says that, he still was talking about a kingdom. I think that's only one scripture in one place. For the most part, all the gospels are talking about the kingdom of God that is now, right? The kingdom is now. It's now at hand, like how to seek for the kingdom, how to enter the kingdom, whereas Paul is like, it's a future thing. Let's set up the church. However, read from a psychological lens, Paul's letters are encrypted as well. All of his letters are parables as well. Just like the Christ taught in parables, so did Paul. So Paul's entrance in Acts, right? Like you said, he's going to persecute the church. And then he has an awakening. The Damascus Road experience. He comes to know who the Christ is. The awakened mind. That's why I think it's Galatians. Don't quote me on it. You probably know better than I.
No, I don't remember.
Now, where he says, I used to esteem Christ from a human perspective. I thus perceive him from that no longer. Right? He stopped seeing Jesus as a person, and now says the Christ is the power and the wisdom of God. Don't you know that Christ is in you, your hope of glory? Who can know the mind of God? Oh, we have the mind of Christ. Let this mind be in you that was also in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. So when Paul talks about the woman and the
They don't like
man,
when I say that verse. When I say that verse, boy, they start getting at me, boy. When I say that, consider it not robbery.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't like that.
whenever Paul is referring to the hierarchy, as the church would like to see it, woman, man, Christ, God, right?
Mhm.
It's talking about subconscious, conscious, Christ mind, consciousness, the supreme
Okay.
consciousness, right?
Okay.
But it's all one, just talking about the different aspects of the one.
Right.
The conscious being your logical mind, the selective part of you. When you look at your physical world, it kind of tells you what it is you may want to experience. Or you may have it in a dream, but sometimes a lot of our desires come for things that we see every day. Oh, I would like to have that. Oh, that would be nice to experience that. Oh, right. And so you suppress the subconscious, which is the woman who's never going to argue with you. The woman is just there to do whatever you tell her to do. It's the womb of creation, the subconscious mind. It doesn't argue, right? The women are to keep quiet in the church. The woman, the subconscious mind, is to remain quiet. It doesn't argue. It just listens. It just receives. It just receives whatever you tell it. And so you tell it, I would like to experience more money. And it says, I got you. But then you say, I don't know how I'm going to get it. Say, oh man, I can't do anything now. I believe I can have more money. I got you. But this is going to take too long. You're right, it's going to take too long. Like,
Okay.
you're always programming that woman, that wife, a very dutiful wife.
Right.
Always gonna do whatever the husband asks. Not gonna
Right.
not gonna challenge you, but you got it. That's why James tells you can't be double-minded. Because you shouldn't expect to get anything. Because how you giving different instructions? You're telling it you want to be rich, and then you're trying to tell it how to do it, and then putting obstacles in your way and how it's going to get done. You're just supposed to place
Right.
the order and be still. You're supposed to tell the woman what you want. Like Rahab, the harlot. She did whatever was that Caleb and Joshua, whatever Joshua, right? Hey, you go out and you spy out the land and you tell us, do whatever we tell you to do. All right? That's that woman that plays it only does what that conscious mind tells it. Every story is the same story
So
out
Paul,
scripture.
so all right, you gonna make me go and read a little Paul. So Paul was talking about the conscious and the subconscious.
Yep.
So Paul was talking metaphysics. That's what you're telling me?
Yep. Because Paul never
Don't make me
existed
go
either.
back and read.
Because
No,
Paul
I
never
can't.
existed either. None of these people in the Bible existed.
Yeah. That's kind of hard. That's kind of hard for people to understand.
You ever heard of the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary?
No. But when you was asking about the Kabbalion, I'm a truck driver, so
the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary is going to help you understand whatever a lot of it's not exhaustive like a concordance. A concordance will help too, right? But the it's a compilation of a lot of the familiar persons in the Bible, the lakes, the mountains. It's not exhaustive, but you're definitely gonna have Paul in there, Jesus. A lot of the characters of the Old Testament, some in the New Testament. It's going to give you, and it gives commentary. So it's going to tell you what the context was, and then it's going to give you the metaphysical interpretation. So it's going to tell you about what this Bible story was, and then it's going to say, this is how you're to understand it metaphysically.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're interested, but again, I know it's not necessary to manifest. That you don't have to know what the Bible is actually saying, but it helps because it is our blueprint to the abundant life.
You know what I came to realize? When it comes to the conscious and the subconscious, the subconscious was going to dictate your reality. And we've been so indoctrinated. You can't erase. It's like, I'm 38 years old, and had been a Christian until I was 24.
Okay.
So those 24 years of being indoctrinated, I can't take that away. It already happened. So I came to the conclusion that I have to use the book for I guess you could say, my rise.
Okay.
Once I started to read the book correctly, and once I started, because I switched over to the Quran now, so now I'm trying to interpret the Quran as well. You know what I mean? So once I started,
It's a metaphysical interpretation of that book too. I haven't gotten through it. I started reading it, but I didn't. I guess I'm like, they all saying the same thing. I don't need to know it to read another book that's all saying the same thing.
Yeah, I guess because you know you can never know enough, especially at this time. Like you can never know enough. So I guess
the key is to know thyself.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
Yeah. Ronna, I'm gonna go to the next guest.
That's a fact.
I'm gonna go to the next. I enjoyed talking to you. Thank you. I'm gonna go to Holly. I know Holly been waiting patiently. Hello, Holly. How are you? I know everyone's been waiting, especially if we have multiple guests on the panel. Thank you guys for your patience. You can unmute, Holly, if you're still there.
Hey,
hello.
Can you see me and hear me?
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me.
Yes.
Well, the first thing I'd like to say is thank you so much. The spirit in me recognizes the spirit in you. And I love what you're teaching and saying, and just all of it agrees with what the Christ inside of me has taught me. So kudos to you, and amazing. I feel like I've came across one of my soul sisters.
Oh, all right. Welcome, Holly.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm also loving all the guest perspectives too, because we're having great conversation, and I know that's what it takes. Sorry, my dog's in the background playing with her toy.
That's okay.
There was something that when you were talking about rowing in the water that it made me think of. Did you know that fish that are spawning can go up the middle of the river bend because there's a stillness inside of it, kind of like the eye of a hurricane? Yes, and they can swim up the current through that vortex to go up the I guess the wherever they lay their eggs and to spawn, and they lay it, but that's how they get up to a certain area.
Wow.
So I just thought that was kind of neat to add to what you were saying.
That is. Oh, wow. It's still effortless, right? Like they're just fine. It's still effortless though, right?
Yes.
They're just finding the stillness.
Yes. And that also reminded me of like, my journey is I didn't come through the church, but what happened to me is I was in pain at one point in my life that I just started, I cried out to God and said, if you're even real, I just need you to prove it to me right here, right now. And I went from feeling this incredible amount of pain to just an explosion of an awakening that no man ever taught me. It was given to me inside of me. It was like an awakening that happened inside. And then a couple of weeks after that incident happened, I was given a number, which was 28, and I ate that little book because I wanted to find out, first of all, what had taken place inside of my body, but then also the number connected. And like you were talking about, the Bible has different numbers in it also, like 153, 144, which are all like Fibonacci numbers. And the 28 that was significant for me was it catapulted me into learning about our calendar and how it was changed, and how the time that man has created is completely opposite of what Mother Nature has created, because we have 28 phases of the moon. We have 28 days within our cycles of females. We have 28 phalanges in both of our hands. It's just, and 52, which represents 52 weeks. I mean, it's beautiful how everything just aligns with the written word that becomes the living word within us, and also the things outside of us, that this divine, amazing pattern that can be found everywhere. And it's so beautiful. And it's almost like the spirit on the outside of us, but also inside of us, being able to see that pattern. So I'm grateful for this time with you.
Oh, thank you.
I love hearing what you're teaching and sharing.
Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate everyone that's in the chat. Everyone's on the panel. You know, it's good that we have this space, right? Because some people do feel like they are alone in this when they're not.
Yes, I went through that back like 10 years ago when all this took place in me, and I didn't have anybody, and it was like the people that were around me completely changed towards me because I was different in that light and was seeing things from different perspectives. And you were right earlier, because I had to learn this. We've all been programmed, every single one of us, you know, by what's being taught in schools, what's being broadcasted on fake news, and all the things.
It's all propaganda, right? It's like,
Yes.
I say it's for entertainment purposes. It is there to entertain you, which means it's there to enter your mind and tell you what to
Yes.
think, right?
Exactly. And the spirit, what I've noticed about what's taking place in our worlds right now, through the spirit, I'm seeing that a lot of people are saying a lot of the same things. So it's like the spirit is guiding us towards truth, and then everybody's just like learning it at the same time and then speaking it at the same time. And it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Like I'm very happy for what is taking place, even though there's so much darkness that's taking place. Also, the light is breaking through all that darkness, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, you just have to be the light, right?
Right.
Because the light
Yes.
shines in a dark place, and then the dark they can't occupy the same state, right?
Yep.
So,
That
you
has to
know,
flee.
yeah, so the key is to let the light shine. Too many times we too busy talking about the darkness.
Right.
What you think, what you give your attention to, what?
Where energy goes, attention flows.
It expands. It expands.
Yes.
That's why when people start coming on here with their evil spirit talk, I gotta be like, wrong platform.
Yep.
Wrong
And you
platform.
did right by removing it, because that's what I have to tell people also. Like, I don't want to hear that, because that's not how I think. That's not what I believe.
Yeah.
And all my cells are listening, and all yours are listening too.
Yep.
So I'm not speaking that mess in front of mine.
You know, you got to fine tune that station, right?
Right.
You're the broadcaster now. We know no one comes in by accident. There's no such thing as intrusion. It's attraction, right? And you know, like the Christ said, he went and cast a wide net. When you go out into the deep, you bringing up all kind of fish. And now you got to separate the spoils. And you got to throw away the good from the bad. Separate.
Yep.
Right? But you do got to go out into the deep. That's why you're going to find the big fish.
Yeah.
But you also gonna find those fish that be under the ocean floor. Where all your crabs are. And all, you know, those those negative things are right there. All the creepy crawlers, the things on the earth that's talking about all of the lower thoughts, all of the negative thoughts, all the fear-mongering thoughts.
Right. Yep. And you were exactly right. All is mind. Like when I had that experience, it was in the middle of the night in my backyard when I cried out to our Creator, and I just lost my train of thought.
That's okay.
Oh, I know what I was gonna say. I was told I was causing my own pain. Like what I heard was, "You have been made whole. Go and sin no more." And that was, you're causing your pain, so you stop doing that. And we can stop it, because all sin is choice, because we choose whether we're going to lie to someone. We choose if we're going to steal from. We don't have to. We can that's why Jesus said, if you already think about committing adultery with someone, you've already done it. Because if you did it in your mind, you've already done it. So that's the same thing with stealing. Like, you have to change your thoughts away from the stealing and away from the lying, and then you do it, and you do the truthful side of it. And then that's where that power comes from the Spirit, is because we're living in that high frequency, high vibration of knowing that we chose the right choice.
Yeah, and when you understand that all things already belong to you, there's no reason to steal, because it already
Right.
belongs to you, right? If
That's
I was
right.
hungry, would I tell you? I'm to
You're
ask your
hungry.
permission to eat.
Yeah, no, right. Exactly. And that's why we have plants outside too, because everything is for our benefit. Like,
Mhm.
it's a symbiotic relationship between us and Mother Earth and the spirit, and it's all connected. It's when that spirit comes into that flesh, that's when that holy matrimony takes place.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, girl, I'm
Loving it.
I'm gonna let you talk to some other people, but I love you and I thank you for what you're doing, and just continue. And I just really feel like I've found a soul sister.
Oh, thank you, Holly. Thank you for
Yeah, you're
joining.
welcome.
Welcome to the family. Welcome to the prosperous
Thank you.
family.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take that and all.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Love to hear the happy in your voice.
Thank you.
Oh,
Same with you.
yes, you can hear the happy.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another guest. Fartoon, is that how you say it? If you're there, you can unmute.
Yeah,
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
I just had a couple questions, that's all.
Mhm.
Like, I was just wondering, like, about the Bible. I didn't really read it myself, but I heard scholars talk about it and how it's been changed. So I was just wondering, like, how are you, like, I don't mean to, like, be rude, but, like, how do you rely on a book that's been changed so many times, according to what these scholars have been saying? Like, you said that there's, like, Fibonacci sequence in there as well.
Yeah, that's what Holly said. I didn't mention that, she said that.
Oh,
But yeah,
yeah.
that it is a book of numerology. The Bible is not a history book, which is why I know it's a science book. So yes, historians are going to argue because they're looking at it from a historical lens, so they're not going to agree. Yes, because from a historical lens, the Bible contradicts itself.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but it's not a history book, so I have no problem with it because I know it's not a history book.
But you believe
It's not historically. It has no historical facts at all.
Yeah, that's what. Well, yeah, I don't know if every scholar says that, but that's what I heard. So I don't really.
Not
believe
every.
it
I say that's why they
so.
argue. That's why they argue with one another.
Yeah, but you said it's a science book.
Mhm.
How is it a science book?
It's a psychology book. It's about the
like
mind.
human psychology.
Yep.
And how does that, like, relate to manifestation?
So everything is first a thought, correct? And what do you think?
Well, that's interesting because I'm kind of skeptical about, like, manifestation.
Okay.
Because it's kind of like, when you believe it, it's hard to believe it. I don't know why, but because it's like when I try to do it multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it happened like one time to me, but the majority of the time it just doesn't happen. I don't really know how it works exactly. But
Got you. Okay. But it works all the time. You're never not manifesting. Right now is a manifestation.
can you
Everything,
explain it?
everything you do, you have to first think about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And some things is
Yeah.
already it's subconscious within you. So like do you drive?
Like a car?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I know how to drive.
Okay. So when you first started driving, did you really know what you were doing?
I was learning.
Right. You practiced it, right?
Yeah. At first, I barely knew, and then you start getting better.
Right, because you practiced it, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then now you don't have to really think about it, right?
Yeah,
You just know how to drive.
exactly.
Same thing with manifestation. In the beginning, because you never practiced training your mind to get the things that you want, you kind of don't know what you're doing. So it's a hit or miss. So,
Yeah, I don't know how you do it, but I would love to know more about it.
Okay. So
Because
it has it. So manifestation works with it. It will bring forth your conviction about life, whatever that is, whether you're convinced, whatever you're convinced of, right? So if you're convinced that, yeah, life is really hard to get money, I'm going to have to work 2 or 3 jobs, inflation, it's a struggle, life is going to agree with you. And it's always going to prove to you your beliefs. It's going to be like, yep, you're right. Let me show you how hard it can be. Let me show you how difficult it is to earn money. I'm going to prove it to you. Because you're always going to get confirmation of your beliefs. It will always be done unto you as you believe, right? So we've been programmed, we've been conditioned to, you got to work hard. You have to earn your blessings, that they're not freely given, that maybe it's some other entity outside of you deciding whether or not you can have something. The Bible is telling you that as a man thinks, as a person thinks, so in their heart, which means what they're convinced of, so are they. So now give me something that's not too personal that you have been desiring to manifest. But don't be personal with it. You don't have to give us like no deep darks, like, oh, I don't, just something, that you don't mind sharing.
And Fortuna, I muted you because you had a lot of background noise, so feel free to come up.
Oh, unmute, please.
Oh, I was outside.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm going for a walk. Anyways, so can you say that again? The question was what?
What were you what are you desiring to manifest? But you don't have to be too you don't have to be personal or anything, just something that you don't mind sharing.
I would say money.
Okay, money.
Just money.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what are some of your beliefs about money? Just like what you've been told, like what you apply to your life, like something that you believe is true about money.
That it's hard to acquire.
Okay. You have any other truths?
Getting over certain health conditions that I have. It's not severe, but like I wish I got rid of it, but it's hard to get rid of it.
Oh no, I was talking about money. Like I just want to stick to money. We're only going to talk about money. So your one truth is that it's hard to get. Do you have any other thoughts about money?
No, that's just about it.
Okay. Do you think the only way that money can come is that you work for it?
I would say yeah.
Okay, so you've never received money that you didn't work for?
I mean, yeah, actually, yeah.
You're saying no one has ever given you money without you having to work for it?
Exactly.
So you never gotten money for a birthday?
I mean,
or Christmas?
That's not. I mean, I don't really celebrate birthday.
Okay.
My family doesn't celebrate birthday, but we do have celebrations where you get like $5, maybe $10 or something like that.
Okay.
But that's not serious money,
Oh, you're judging it, but you did not work for it. I'm just showing you that you got money that you did not work for it. So it cannot be true that you always have to work for your money. That's what I want to show you. Because this is going to change your perspective around money. I'm showing you the reason why you think money is hard and that you have to work for it, because you can't see that you actually got money that you didn't have to work for.
But I wasn't trying to manifest it at that time. I was like a kid, so.
Okay. So like you've never found money before?
On the ground, yeah, I have.
Okay, so you've gotten money again that you didn't have to work for.
Yeah, but it wasn't like a lot.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much you lose. The amount of it is not in the equation. It's the fact that it came without you having to do anything. You didn't have to put in no time to get it to you.
Don't you have to think about it, trying to manifest it in order for it to
Wait, the thing is, was you're experiencing what you believe to be true, and I need you to have another belief because you're going to always manifest your belief. So that's why you think manifestation doesn't work, because you think manifestation is about giving you something that you don't already have. That's not manifestation. Manifestation gives you what you believe you can have.
Oh, okay. So you have
Right.
to believe. You have to believe that you're worthy of getting it. Or
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You have to see that money is not out there. Money is in you. It's your ideas about it. It's what you think about it.
Did you ever experience something that you manifested?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I manifested actually an upgrade on a flight. I
Oh,
decided,
sorry.
yeah, a first class flight, and I decided that I would. I was like, I didn't want to pay any extra money, and I didn't want to use my points, and I got the upgrade. When I used to fly on the airplane, I used to experience, I don't know what they call it. I guess it's called something, but you know, your high altitude, and I would get migraines. My nasal passages will be really inflamed. It would really hurt. My lip, I would run profusely. It was very, very, very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable flight. And now that wasn't an instant manifestation. It was like a gradual manifestation, but the final thing, it wasn't instant. It was like gradual.
Can you say it again? My phone glitched. So the manifestation was a flight ticket.
The first one was a flight ticket.
Right.
An upgrade to first class.
Wow.
Because I decided that I would, because I said I didn't want to pay any money and I didn't want to use any points. I had the money, I had the points, but I didn't want to use them.
Right.
And then so I was going on to the next one where I was talking about I manifested having a more comfortable flight on an airplane. And the full manifestation of that flight, of that experience, came when I went to Dubai. That's also was a manifestation too, going to Dubai. That was on my bucket list to go to Dubai. But I was like, that was from my city, it was like 11 to 12 hour flight. And I was like, I cannot be uncomfortable for half a day going there and coming back. Right. So going there and coming back is a 24-hour period. And I was like, we cannot. And so I decided that I wasn't going to have that experience anymore. And for me, manifestation, I just talk to myself. I don't visualize. I don't have to see it in my mind. For me, some people do. Some people visualize. Some people script. Some people do vision boards. I'm just talking about for me, for myself. I don't do it, and I manifested it. When I first found out about manifestation, my husband had a tumultuous relationship with his ex-wife. And it was always this back and forth and everything. We actually alchemized, or where we actually manifested, where they have a great relationship now. They can co-parent with ease, no problem, no fighting, no bickering, no more going back and forth to court, no more lawyers. We manifested a changed reality with that relationship. You know, I had got a free lottery ticket and manifested $500 from the free lottery ticket. I had the app in my state, and they said, "Oh, you have a free lottery ticket." And I was like, I went and played it, and I didn't think too much about it. I just let it play, one of those fast play games, and I won $500. When I love football, so this past year, I think the most I want, because I would play small amounts when I watch football, and I would play small amounts, maybe like $1 or $2, $3 at the most. I played like a $2 bet, and I won almost $400. And and it just came to me as like, it was one of those. So I'm a Bears fan. And it was like a rookie, and I was like, his odds was like really great. It was like 8,001 or something like that. I don't know. I don't understand the number game when it comes to betting, and from that standpoint, I just know, okay, I only got to get $2, and I'm gonna win almost 400. I'm gonna bet him. Just as I placed the bet, the quarterback threw him the ball and he scored. I almost didn't even see the play. I was like, damn. You talking about instant? Right after I placed the bet, they did a flea figure. The quarterback threw the ball, and the person I picked to score a touchdown scored the touchdown. Right after I placed the bet, like 5 seconds after. It was almost instant.
Right.
Yeah, like I used to do event decor, and I said to myself, I would really like to do a wedding. Minutes later, I get a message from my husband's cousin that he hadn't really even talked to. She's actually transitioned. She got married and she transitioned maybe a year or so after she got married. And
From what? Male to female or?
Huh?
From
No.
transition?
I mean, she's passed. She passed.
Oh.
Yeah, I call it transition, and that's okay. I say transition, but she passed. She messaged me, and my husband didn't even really remember her. Like, he knew of her, but hadn't talked to her in years since they were children. But she was following us on Facebook, and she was like, "I seen all your event decor. You do really good work. Would you decorate for my wedding?" And I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to, I just said it in my mind. And then she reached out to me. So I know manifestation works. But the thing is, there is a law that you have to abide by with manifestation. And the law is you can't be double-minded. You can't say you want the money, that you want more money, and then complain about not having more money, or talk about the difficulty in getting the money, or thinking it only can come from this way. Right? You can't say, well, the only way I can see money come, I got to work more. I got to put in more hours. You just got to say what you want and then allow it to take place without speaking against it. You have to be convinced of it.
Right.
And so a way to convince yourself of it, you have to change the way you talk about it. You have to talk as though, money, even if you feel like you're lying to yourself, who cares? A lie is just a story you tell. You're just going to have to convince yourself of the story that you're telling.
Or you could put to make it feel real, to I think to put hard work behind it, because you can have the belief, but I just feel like I have to put in the work.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's so you're gonna get what you get. That's your core belief, and that's why you feel like manifestation doesn't work, because you feel like if you don't work hard enough, you won't get the money.
Right.
And you're getting exactly what you believe. You're working hard and you're not getting the money. See how that works? See how that works? So I would tell you have to change the core conviction. You have to, and it's just like I gave the analogy of driving the car. You have to practice it to be good at it, right?
I didn't even know you can practice manifestation.
Yes, you have to practice. No, what you're practicing is changing the thoughts around money.
Right.
The practice is to stop saying I got to work so hard to get it. But here's the thing. That can work for you too. You can continue to say, man, if I work hard, I'll get it. If you truly believe that your working hard is going to bring forth this more money into your experience, it will. You're just going to have to work hard to get it. So buckle up, buttercup. Working hard to get your money, that's what you're going to experience. So don't be complaining about I work too hard because you asked for it. You said that's what it must take. So be okay with working hard because you agreed to it. You think that's the equation. So just buckle up and work hard because it's coming.
It's interesting because the thing about manifestation is that the only reason I was like, okay, maybe this is real, because I think it was last year, near the end of last year, is I hated this guy. And I don't want to admit this, but I feel like it's okay. I'll say it. But I just wanted him not to die or anything like that. But it's just I hated him so much that I had negative thoughts about him, his wife leaving him, and you know, this is, I wanted like that to happen to him. Not in like, I knew it was never going to happen, but I was like, oh, I just wish his wife, you know, I would have these thoughts like, I wish his wife could just like leave him, and he's like such garbage. Like, why is she even with him, and blah, blah, blah. She should just take his kids and like go into a taxi and then go to the airport. Like, I had it visualized and everything because I was so angry about the stuff he was saying in YouTube. Because he was like so like, I don't know, I hated it. I hated what he was saying. But I used to watch him, but then I was like, I realized he was so like right wing and like harsh and like hateful. So I was like, you know, I just started hating on him. And so that actually came true. Like, his wife actually did leave him, and she actually took his kids, and she did exactly the way that I envisioned it. Like, I actually thought about it and all of it, and I didn't think it was gonna happen. And it was like 2 months ago, I found out that that's what happened. That's exactly, because he's the one who said it. Hey, this is what happened to me. My wife left me. She took the kids. She didn't even tell me she was gonna leave. She just took the kids, went into the taxi, went to another country, another continent, which was, I was like, I even envisioned that part. I was like, okay, because I
So if
hated
you
him
can,
much,
so if
know,
you can envision that,
and it
and
actually
you didn't have to
happened,
do
and it
it.
blew my mind. It blew my mind that it came true.
So why don't you do that for yourself? Envision the good thing, the good that you want to see happen. And
Yeah, I was like, if I can envision that, maybe I can envision something good for myself.
go ahead, Latoxi. What did you want to say?
Sorry, I was just gonna say that I have those kind of manifestations all the time. I do wish poorly on people.
Do
I do. I am that person. Like Tori already said it. If you can manifest the bad, you can definitely manifest the good.
I'm not even calling it bad. I'm not even calling it bad. No judgment. I listen and I don't judge in this aspect. I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm saying if you realize that it happened just as you imagined it, imagine what you can do for yourself.
I envisioned it as well.
That's what I'm saying. Envision it. Imagine what you can envision for yourself.
But I wasn't trying to like manifest it, because I was like,
that's why I told you that manifestation is something you try to do. It's something that happens all day, every day. So this showed you you were just so emotional about whatever was going on that you just wanted this thing to take. You wanted him to hurt. You wanted him to be in agony. You wanted whatever you wanted, whatever reasons you had. Give the same reasons for your good. Man, I really would like to enjoy money. Envision what that would be like, having more money, what you would do with it. Travel, have a better car. I don't know, whatever it is, a bigger home, money saved. Envision that.
I just think a lot of people, including myself, we have like a poor mentality, like a poor mindset. So it's like hard to envision it. It's like, oh, that can never happen to me. That can never happen to me. It's like,
well, that's why I said you have to practice. Like, that's what I said, you have to practice the new thought. You're not practicing manifestation, because that happens regardless. That's what I'm saying. You have to change the belief. Like you just said, you have a poor concept of yourself. That's what you have to practice. The new abundant concept of yourself. You got to put that on repeat. You got to continuously say that to yourself. Now you have to start saying that actually I'm an abundant person. You have to decide it. All it takes is you deciding it and letting your word be your bond. Because you don't want to be poor, right? You don't want a poor mindset, correct? You want an abundant mindset, right? You want money to come effortlessly without you having to work for it. To work so hard, at least, for it, right? You don't want to have to work hard for it. Even if you decide that you have to work for it, you don't want it to be hard work, right? You want the work to be enjoyable, to be pleasurable, to have a good time. Or do you think that it's wrong to get things easily and effortlessly, for things to come to you without work? Would you feel like that's not right? I shouldn't get these things for free. I shouldn't get these things with low effort. That's what you. That's what has to be practiced. The new concept of yourself.
Yeah, I just need to practice it more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you'll embody it. Yep. Pay attention. Be aware of how you talk about yourself. So like what you just mentioned about the poor mindset. Now you have to change it. That can no longer be a part of your conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that it's
Yeah.
like, oh my goodness, it's like it feels, I don't know what it is, but it feels like impossible or difficult, and I just need to like reprogram my mind, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. And you reprogram your mind by practicing it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you decided, I'm going to learn how to drive the car, even if I don't know what I'm doing, even if it feel a little weird, even if this is new to me. Whatever you were thinking, you got past those thoughts and you did it anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you kept doing it until you got really good at it.
Right.
Same thing. It's the same thing. You got to practice it.
Mhm.
Anything new has to be
But-
practiced.
Yeah, but this was like I didn't even have practice. I was kind of like skeptical when this happened, when this manifested. So I was like, yeah.
Well, that's
maybe
still,
the
but you
coincidence-
right. Because here's the thing: manifestation isn't anything you have to try to do.
Right.
It's not a technique. It's a way of life. We all manifest what we believe to be true, whether it's good or bad, whether it's positive or negative. We're always bringing our deepest convictions. They're always confronting us. Always. You just have to decide what you want to experience and then remain faithful to it.
Mhm.
Yeah, test it. Just like you was like, oh my goodness, I just hope all these things happen. Maybe say, oh my goodness, what I'm gonna do with all this money? Oh, so much money is coming to me. Oh, I could just see it. I'm doing spending with here. I'm using it there. I'm saving it here. I'm giving it there. I'm buying gifts for people. I'm buying gifts for myself. Oh my, you can do the same thing for yourself. The same energy you use to see this man's family split is the same energy you can use to bring whatever you want in your reality.
Right. That's what I realized. I was like, but then a part of me was like, maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe just people split all the time. And so I was like, I was skeptical.
Got you. Yeah. You can reason it away. You can. You're like that was going. Yeah, because that's what most people say, right? When they manifest, especially if they kind of let it go and they really didn't think about it, or everything happens in a natural way, they say, "Oh, that would have happened anyway." Oh, that would have happened
Yeah.
anyway.
It's just a coincidence.
Yep. So
But if it keeps happening, I'm pretty sure it's not a coincidence.
that part, that's why you gotta prove it to yourself. That's what we saying. Nothing to it but to do it. But thank you for joining. Thank you for your time.
I just had one last question. Do you teach manifestation or?
Oh yeah, every Wednesday on here we talk manifestation. I come on 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Manifesting Wednesdays. Manifesting Wednesdays on here.
Okay, I'll come back. For
Okay,
sure, 'cause I
okay.
want to learn more.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I already followed. so-
Okay, nice. And in my YouTube channel, I got over 2,000
Oh, you have a YouTube
videos.
channel?
Yep. Prosperous Living with Toya. I'm actually streaming now. I'm streaming on TikTok and on YouTube.
Oh wow.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yep. Yep, I have over
Okay.
2,000 videos. It's all dedicated to prosperous. It's all about manifestation.
Okay. Take care. Bye.
Okay, you too. Thank you. Bye. Hey, Holly, you're back.
How do I leave?
Oh, I'll drop you. Hello.
I guess I haven't hung up or, I'm still here, definitely listening to you. It sounds great.
Oh, okay. You didn't want to be on the panel? I can drop you.
Oh, it doesn't matter. We can talk about something if you want to.
Oh, it's up to you. I thought, because I thought you dropped and came back up.
What do you do for work? Just
I'm a
what you're doing
stay-at-home
now?
wife.
Awesome.
Yep.
Sharing your knowledge and wisdom
Yep.
with all the people that will listen. I love it.
Yep. Yep. I'm a spiritual teacher. I don't even like to say teacher. Maybe coach, a spiritual coach, teacher, whatever you want to call
Yeah.
it. You know, potato, potato.
Yeah, totally. Like, I think labels divide us
Mm-hmm.
like so much. That was one of the first things that the Spirit taught me was like, you're a whole group of people is not this or not that. Like, we're all individual, but all connected and just expressing our own uniqueness through our vessels, you know, through the Spirit.
Yep. Yeah, we all just having this beautiful experience, and we can make it what we wanted. That's what this realization is, right? This awakening is that we can decide what we want to experience.
I like that.
It all comes down to just a decision.
Yep, all is mine. Which I also think is love too. Like, we have to choose love for ourselves and for everybody else.
Yep. I don't know what you mean, Mia. my whole platform is about manifestation. I can't tell you the how. I give you rules to the game. The 4 steps to manifesting. Mark 11:24. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it and you shall have it. Decide, give thanks, accept it, receive it. That's all I talk about.
I'll add something to that. That's really good. One time I was trying to like train for 5K, and I kept having to stop running, and then I would have to just walk some of it. And then the one day that before I started running, I said, thank you, body. Thank you, universe. Thank you, spirit. Thank you for allowing me to run this whole thing without stopping. And that was the first day that I ran the whole thing without stopping. Because I thanked you. Yeah.
We love manifestations over here. We love purposeful, intentional manifestations over here. Right? It was, you decided. That's all your father, your awareness, your consciousness, whatever you want to call it, the universe, whatever. It just wants you to make a decision.
Right.
That's it. Once you make a decision, right? And there's no, you believe it when there's no plan B. There's no other option. It's only this or better, right? Because you know it'll expand it for you. It'll multiply it. You know, it could be exponential increase, right? So
one of my favorite quotes for the kids, because I used to be a teacher, was that I would display for the kids is, if you think you can or you think you can't, you're right.
Absolutely.
Whatever you believe, you know.
Yep. It's for us adults too.
Oh yeah, totally.
Right, we had to come as the children.
Mind of a child.
So if you think you can't, right? If you give yourself all these excuses why it can't happen, guess what? You're right. So give yourself reasons why it can happen.
Yes. I love it. Positivity.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll let you talk to someone, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, drummer.
Hey, sister, how are you doing?
Great. How are you?
Good. I love your live.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, question for you. I follow Self-Realization Fellowship, which we believe in the original teachings of Christ and the teachings of Hinduism, actually. And I wanted to share something with you. I've done a lot of research throughout the years, and I have a live myself where I try to prove that Jesus went to India. And I was wondering if I have a couple of minutes to share this with you or not.
Oh, okay. Sure, you can share your perspective.
Can I be on the big screen? Okay, inside in Luke chapter 2. Hold on a second, I'm sorry. There we go. In Luke chapter 2, verse 52 says, and he grew in wisdom and stature and came into favor with God. So when we read that and then we don't see where he went in the Bible between the ages of 12 and 30, I believe that he spent several years in India, because if you look at a lot of the Hindu scriptures, I'll show you some pretty compelling verses. You kind of wonder, are they saying the same thing because they're coming from the same source, or how? Let me explain this. In John 1:1, we see in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. But in the Rig Veda, which is part of the Hindu scriptures, 1500 BC, we see in the beginning was Prajapati. Prajapati is just another word for God in Hinduism. With him was the Word, and the Word was truly the supreme Brahman. Now, we look at this in the Bhagavad Gita, which was written in close to 3000 BC. Krishna says, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. In Revelation, Jesus is saying the same thing. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Now let's go on. Here in the Chandogya Upanishad, which was written in 800 BC, it says, smaller than a grain of rice is the cell, smaller than a grain of rice. Sorry, I have a sore throat.
That's okay.
Smaller than a grain of barley, smaller than a mustard seed. Well, what do we have in Mark? We said, with what can we compare the kingdom of God? It's like a grain of mustard seed. Let's go on. I'll show a couple more, and then I'll talk and or land my plane. Here we have in the Mundaka Upanishad, again, this is written in 800 BC, living in the abyss of ignorance, yet wise in their own conceit, the deluded go round and round like the blind led by the blind. Here we have in Matthew, they are blind guides, and if a blind man leads a blind man, both will fall into a pit. Now we have in the Chandogya Upanishad, and I'm not going to read these all. They're just hundreds. Yeah.
Too many similarities, right?
Yeah, I want to show you the end of the slideshow, though.
Okay.
This is going to be fascinating. We know he went.
Wow.
We know Jesus was in Nepal. We know he was in Tibet, because here Mark says he went out to them walking on the lake. Well, Buddha says, and Buddha, the Buddhist monks said he walks upon the water without parting it, as if it were solid ground. Then we have this. This is from Matthew. Lay up for yourselves treasures in heavens, where moth and rust do not destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal. Well, Buddha said, let the wise man do righteousness, a treasure that others cannot share, which no thief can steal, a treasure which does not pass away. So we have these beautiful sayings. Now check this out. This is Jacob. And I know we read about Jacob's ladder. The lady, the yogini lady up there, she's pouring oil on top of a Shiva lingam, which is a cylinder stone. and it's to worship the divine. Here we have Jacob, who's practically doing the same thing. Just two more.
Mhm.
In Matthew chapter 6, verse 22, it says, "The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye is single, thy whole body shall be full of light." And then this is John 3:14. "As Moses lifted up the serpent, even so man must be lifted up." So we see a lot of Eastern influence, and you see it more and more when we look at the original the original translations of these verses. For example, you mentioned James earlier in your live. In James 3:6, he talks about the wheel of birth. Well, that's used all throughout Hinduism. Wheel of birth means reincarnation. But as we see, you also brought up there's 45,000 Christian facets, right?
Mhm.
And why so many versions of the Bible? Because they have been so desperately trying to weed out any inferences of Eastern thought.
Mhm.
And that's what the Gnostics learned. But they wanted to form a church, the Orthodoxy. So that's why there was a huge schism between the Orthodoxy and the Gnostics.
Okay.
We look at the verse, "In my Father's kingdom are many mansions." Well, the original verse was dwelling places, right?
Okay.
Why'd they change it? I mean, mansion wasn't even a word yet until the 14th century, right? And then we also see the word eternal.
Mhm.
Well, Christians love to be able to throw that out and say, well, you will be damned eternally. Well, if you look at the Greek word for that, it also means for a period of time,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
And I know you know all this stuff, but I just wanted to share the correlations I found in the Bible and the Hindu scriptures and so on.
Okay.
So that's basically it.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. So from
You
my
can reduce me.
yeah, so from my perspective, I'm still learning. I'm still learning this TikTok stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I figured it out. So from my perspective, it's not just Eastern perspective or Hinduism. It's the wisdom of the ages. It's ancient, right? It's Kemetic
Yep.
as well. It's Egyptian, right? It's not just it
Egyptian.
came from here,
Yep.
it came from there. It is a universal
Yep.
knowledge. And
Yep.
so my
Yep.
perspective is that none of those people, I don't care if it was Buddha, Jesus, Hari, Krishna, they're just archetypes. They're not people that existed in time and space. That's why the message is so similar, because the message is universal. It's just depending on who's speaking, who and what culture it is being delivered to. And so everyone is saying the same thing. It's all about you. That the world is mental, all is mind, and you have to
Exactly.
learn how to master the mind.
Exactly. And the book of Revelation is about John, who is having a Kundalini awakening. It's not about an external event.
Right.
It's about what is going on inside of you and I. But anyway, I'll drop out and I'll listen, and I appreciate you bringing it up, sister.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you for sharing. Yes, right. I love that he showed us, that giving us proof that this world, that this is universal, that this teaching is not unique to Christianity. Is nothing unique about this teaching. It's universal. It's an ancient, it is what is to be known about self. that all is mind. So who was next? Was it, I think it's Tori. Was Tori next, then Godson?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Tori. You can unmute. Are you there? Tori Star.
While we're waiting, can y'all get the likes up a little bit, y'all? Can we get at least to 70K? If we can get okay, even better.
100K the easy way. I know we can get to 100K. 100K the easy way. Double tap the screen. That's how you share it. Show that you like the live, enjoy the live, so the live can be pushed out for those who may be interested in this platform. There are people out there that wanting to hear, they're wanting to share, but the way, TikTok pushes it through likes. And of course, our mind to our consciousness awareness that is getting to those who's supposed to see it. I guess Tori isn't there. So we'll go to Godson. Hello, Godson. You can unmute.
Hi.
Hello. Peace and love. What's going on?
I was just enjoying your live. I was actually going to hop up and share what the other guy before me was sharing. I practice Jainism, so my whole philosophy is based on like ahimsa, nonviolence. I'm also a yogi.
Cool.
But you were full of wisdom. You're very, very peaceful. And it's not my first time on your live, but I'm
not
on
always
that.
peaceful. Sometimes
My
I could be a
first
little
time in a long
rah-rah.
time.
Sometimes I get a little rah-rah with it, but that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah. You have a lot of wise people that come up on the panel as well.
Yeah.
Such
yeah.
as the last gentleman who was on here and
Absolutely.
whatnot. So yeah.
Yeah. So what
That's
did you want to
pretty much
share? What did you want to share with us? So give me more information on being a yogi. Like I've heard the term, but I don't really know what that is. Like intricately, in detail. In detail.
Yeah, so yogi is someone who practices yoga, I believe that it offers, and through my experience, right, in my reality, it refers to a spiritual seeker, right,
Okay.
or someone who is a master of yoga. So someone who's dedicated to physical, mental, and spiritual growth through the practice of yoga, such as like meditation, breath control, alignment of posture, which is asanas. And like while practicing Jainism and including that with my daily practices and in my reality, the philosophy of Jainism is like the whole idea is nonviolence. So self-control, right? Liberation of the soul. Core principles would be nonviolence, of course, not really possessiveness, not possessing, right? Not, I want to say, what's the word I'm looking for? Dictating in a sense, right? Stemming from that. And also many-sided, so open-minded, very open-minded when it comes to a lot of philosophies and psychological truths.
Nice. Nice.
Yes, like drummer said, yoga means to unite soul with source.
Okay.
He was speaking about Brahman, the ultimate reality. That's basically when I tie it to the Holy Bible, there is a connection there where he was showing the pictures and the similarities. It's extremely there, and the fact that it's predated as well, it shows that it does stem from that. There's not much proof when it comes to like Jesus traveling to the east, but there was trade, so it's very possible there were trade routes because India and the Middle East were connected as far as trade route goes.
Yeah.
And then of course the teachings are very similar. You can't unsee it. Once you see it, you're like, okay, it's there.
So do you agree that when the Bible is talking numbers, it's also symbolism?
Oh yes.
So
I
when it
believe that
says 12 and 30, so if you can add, I forgot what 12 represents, but if you add 12, you get 3, which means new beginning, 30 also needs new beginning. The difference between those numbers is 18, which actually is 9, which is consciousness. So I don't see that Jesus was a real person. It's telling you about the evolution of the mind, the soul's awakening. So when you break those numbers down, a new consciousness has awakened. That's who Christ represents. That's who Jesus is, the I am of every being born of woman. It's all
Right.
symbology. It's all
Christ meaning-
symbolism.
Christ meaning anointed one.
Right.
How do you take accounts of persecution regarding the man Jesus when it comes to the Roman Empire?
Well, again, I would say that's again symbolism. So the Bible tells you you're supposed to take up your own cross, right? And it tells you so in the scriptures, they tell us that Jesus is God made flesh, right? And then God is crucified on the cross. That's all symbolic to me. That the Christ or the cross that God died upon is man. This cross. God is laying, is dead sleeping, not dead physically, dead spiritually, died, is dreaming this dream of life in every being born of woman, and buried at the place of the skull. That's why the East talks about the Kundalini rising to awaken the Christ within, right? That's why Paul says, awake, O thou that sleeps, arise from the dead, spiritually dead, right? Awaken the Christ mind within you, and then the Christ will give thee light, give you understanding. It's all symbolism, and it's all about what's happening in each individualized being that comes to the knowledge of self.
Yes. I get that side of it, the spiritual side of it. But like I guess in the reality, when it comes to like persecution, so like within the Roman Empire, we look at historical accounts. You got Tacitus, I think that's his name, where he mentions Jesus' execution under Pontius Pilate.
Well, I'm not
Stuff like that.
I'm not well versed in the historicity of Christianity, because I don't believe it's real. So I mean, I've heard other skeptics or atheists have this conversation with believers, and they always say, because they have done a much more deeper dive into it, and they say that even that reference of Tacitus saying this was forgery. So, but here's the thing, I don't really care, because I'm not looking for, because some church father said it was true, that makes it true, or some one or two atheists mentioned Jesus in a letter that means he was real. Like, what? It's no different if we talk about Superman. Does that make Superman real? Does it make Spider-Man real because we mentioned the Empire State Building? No, it doesn't. Like,
how much weight does it really hold? Yeah.
Right, and it doesn't change my life in any way. Absolutely none.
Yeah. I do believe that it has shaped and is continuing to shape, I guess, the ultimate reality that we're in, due to, I guess, people having their beliefs and experiences. Because we could see, like, I guess you could say, results of the Roman Empire and these different empires that were and that are consistent.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just to get away from.
I mean, from world, when you look at world history, man has always been fighting man.
Right. But we wrestle not against flesh and blood.
All right. That part.
Going back to like symbolic numbers, I have some notes that I actually had when I was more into the scriptures regarding symbolic numbers. When you were talking about that, one is unity with God. 3 would be obviously the doctrine of the Trinity, which I don't hold to be true, but it's out there, including resurrection. 4 would be universality, creation. 7, perfection, completion. The seventh day, when you look at the candles on the I forgot what the name was, but for the symbol within Judaism, there's a symbol with it has 7 candles on it.
Okay.
I don't know what it's called though.
Yeah. Yeah.
12 would be government, completeness. You can look at the zodiacs, you can look at, you know, the months, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then 40 would be testing, trial, or judgment.
All right. So it's not about a length of time when it's talked about in scripture as we count time, right? Those numbers are symbolic of what's happening
Yeah,
in the
most definitely.
mind. It's what's happening with the mind.
Yeah,
Yep.
it starts in the mind.
All starts
You
in
had
the
said
mind.
something. You said something about the mind and the heart being connected. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The heart is the subconscious mind. The heart, the center of your being, is the reason why things come into experience, why it comes into manifestation, why you experience what you experience, because of what you are convinced or convicted of. And that's all in your heart, all in your mind.
When you say, I think I heard you earlier say something about you don't believe in a savior or you don't believe you need a savior.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that in the sense of like you don't, now that you've been saved or you've come to a realization? Or are you saying that someone I specifically doesn't need? Because for me, a savior would be like just knowledge, right? Wisdom.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
That's what I would say when I say a savior.
Right.
So are you saying it in that context, or you just mean
Right.
like a literal person?
That you're your own savior. The knowledge of self is what saves you. There is no external power coming to riding in on Pegasus to write.
Okay.
Like,
would you say that negates like experience? Like, I guess if you get a newborn baby, right? There's things that are not, I guess, acknowledged yet. They haven't come to the wisdom within, you could say, in a sense. And so an external form of wisdom or something in their reality would have to bring that knowledge to be, and that gearing towards that being the savior.
You're assuming that they don't know. Why are you assuming that it's not innate within them?
No, so they do know. I'm just assuming that they're not aware of that knowledge yet. And so in order to be aware or become aware, an external or a someone who is aware or something that is aware would have to bring them to that.
They may not be able to communicate the awareness, but I disagree that they're not aware. They might just be able to tell you, but they know when they're hungry. They know when they know what they need for the state that they find themselves in, what's necessary for them. And they have a way of communicating with you. They're just not going to use the word or awareness. Their communication is going to be crying or laughter, or like that's how they're going to communicate and or get that message over to you. That is something that they need from you.
Okay, would you say you've always known that like fire was hot, that fire could burn, or you were always aware of that?
I mean, from the personality, no. But from the I am, yes. It's just all about being connected to the I am. Because some people can use their mind where the matter, the fire isn't real to them, right? Have you heard of people that walked on hot coals, or people that have been,
that's practice within Hinduism, actually.
Right. So mind over matter, right? If you don't mind it, then it won't matter, which means it can't burn you. But that has to be something that you want to experience, though. You have to decide that that's an experience you want to have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, experiences gives awareness. Yep. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Can you experience something inwardly and not physically, and it still be just as real?
– – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – I do believe that even in biblical context, where it talks about, I guess the laws in a sense, or the works of the flesh, it talks about it starting in the heart.
Yep.
And how that does shape your reality, whether
Yeah.
you tangibly act it out or not.
Yeah. Because people have seen things in their mind before we ever saw it in our world, right? Because how else do we get the different clothing that we get, the different furniture that we have, to get the airplanes and right? Like somebody had to see it within themselves before we ever saw it outside of themselves. They had to envision it first before it ever became a physical, objective thing. It had to be first subjective.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the underlying concept in Brahman. It would suggest that an ultimate reality, which is underlying all existence. And so like you were said earlier, Superman, right? And the Roman Empire and their accounts and their historical teachings. I say that is real and it does exist, knowing that there is an ultimate reality. Not necessarily like it shapes or has authority over my reality, but it does exist just in the fact that we're speaking of it and that we're aware of it, you know?
Yep. Reality is something else, right? It's like, sometimes you get into that woo-woo type like conversation, right? Because science, people who call themselves scientific doesn't want to talk about what's not seen. Right?
I like to say that it's a study of God's creation or a study of the ultimate reality. That's what science is to me.
Yep, that's what I say. Because science only means to know from the Greek, right? Science is a Greek word. They said it comes from the word gnoskai, which is the same. I guess it would be like an extension from gnosis, which means to know.
Yeah.
And because why do we say science? It's a known thing, right? When you say something is scientific, it's because it's knowable. It's observable.
And
right?
Yeah. And majority of beings agree upon it to be true.
Yep. The crazy part come in when you say you see stuff that can't nobody else see. So they call you crazy. You got to go into a mental institution. What you mean you seeing other beings that no one else can see? What do you mean you hear voices that no one else can hear? What do you mean? Yeah, but now it's commonplace, right? People are not getting put away for saying, no, I actually had this experience and I saw things and I heard things that I really can't even explain and put into words. Especially if it hasn't taken a hold of you and now that experience is defining you. But some people get defined by the experience, and that's when it becomes like they feel like they're unsafe in their own body.
Yeah.
And they start to harm themselves. Yeah, and they start to harm themselves. So in order to save them from themselves, they will put them somewhere where they can be watched regularly in a 24-hour period. We call them straitjackets, right?
And then infusing them with indoctrination and a specific reality that they themselves were taught and probably don't even follow.
Yep. But so from my perspective, I mean, it's cool to talk about people that astral project and lucid dream and all of the different parallel realities and different dimensions that we can allow our minds to project into. To me, at the end of the day, we're in this physical reality because we're here to experience a physical reality. And to expand our consciousness, right? But the point is not to escape it. The point is to master it.
Okay.
That's just how I see it. Because I'm supposed to enjoy my creation. I came here to experience this beautiful planet. Why are people always trying to not be at the beautiful planet? Why do you think you're here? You think you came here not to enjoy what's here? Like I want to see the different waterfalls and the different architecture and what the beautiful gods thought of in their mind and objectified onto this third screen of space.
So you don't separate yourself from creator
No,
at all.
no.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to see as much of this 3D as I can before I depart the body. I want to go visit other cultures and go, I want to go to, go to the East, I've been to the Middle East. I want to go to, Africa. I want to go to South America, like those places I haven't been yet, right? Those are on my to-do list. Or my to-be list, not even to do, my to-be list, because I'm going to be there or be square.
I'm just curious on what context, when you say creator, what do you mean? I guess where are you stemming from?
Not in the creator as that we're making something that doesn't already exist, but we're calling the thing that already exists into visibility.
Okay, so you're, I guess, manifesting within the ultimate reality. You're manifesting what you want.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we're creation is finished. All things exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I say creator, I say, well, just like the Bible says, when God says, let there be, and it was, we can do the same thing. We don't have to make a thing, so we just have to call it forth. And whatever we need to do to assist it's coming forth, we do, but we will find it's not much that we have to do because the doing will be done for us.
Okay.
The world is our servant. We just gotta let it serve us. We gotta let it, we've been told that we're to serve the world when actually the world is to serve us.
So what do you mean by, so you're not against serving the world?
No, but the
You just
world
don't
is
see it as an obligation.
right. The world is a service to me. I'm a light to it. I'm the example of what, when you decide what you want, comes into fruition, what that looks like, right? And you will see that the world will bend over backwards to bring it to you because the world is at my command. I don't have to worry about how it shows up. That's not my work. That's the work of what some people will call the electromagnetic field, right? Like, or the quantum field. I let it do it, right? I let it, right, or Brahman, right? Oh, I let it do what it's going to do. And some people will say God or universe.
Yeah.
I don't need to worry my pretty little head about how it's going to happen. That's not my work.
So
I'm just supposed to place the order.
So I wouldn't even say it's a limitation, honestly. But I guess like the only, because you recognize limitations, right? Or no?
I mean, the body is the limitation, right? Like,
well, I don't know.
Everything to me, everything in the physical reality, everything we can see is the limitation. Is what we cannot see is unlimited.
Yes.
If you can see it, is limited. If you can't see it, is unlimited. Because it's infinite potentiality as long as it's a potential. Once it takes on form, now it has become a limitation. Language is a limitation. Because sometimes you have an idea that you just can't conceptualize verbally.
Yeah, and you try to create your own language, that you'll find out that it's very limiting in this reality. Okay.
Yep.
That's very interesting.
Oh, you bring that down?
Yeah,
Very
I'm just
wise.
about, let's just have fun with life. I think we take it too seriously, and I get it. It's things happening in the world that's trying to cause your attention, trying to gain your attention. And you have to understand that there are infinite realities all happening at the same time. And it's about what do you want to give, what reality do you want to give your attention to? Because whatever you give your attention to has you. Why would you want to be had by what you call evil? Yeah, I like the video. I think was it you, Latoxic, or was it Kevin in our little group on chat on
Which one?
about the guy that who said that I think he was talking about the evil that's happening under the files that's happening, or everything that's happening is you're creating it, you're the one causing it. There's no,
I think that was Kevin.
Kevin sent that. Okay, yeah.
That's interesting that you said that. A lot of people do have the mindset of that, like manifesting in the reality what the things that they don't want, and they speak a lot about what they don't want, not realizing that they can just do the opposite and speak life, and they can speak what they do want.
Yeah, but if you let the propaganda machine influence your thought, and so now you're just in this whirlwind of, right now you're just in this whirlwind of conversation that does not help anybody. Like, I'm bringing awareness. No, you're not. You're expanding it. You're expanding the awareness of the thing you don't want, but you want to call it spreading. Yeah, you're right. You're spreading the evil that you are so abhorrent to. You hate it so much, you're talking about it so much.
In Hinduism, we don't say evil, but avidya would be the word for it, right?
Okay.
Ignorance or lack of wisdom, lack of understanding.
Yep. Because evil is just what? Live in reverse. You are, oh, perverse and untoward generation. How long shall I strive with you? How long you gonna keep being turned the wrong way? Can you turn the right way? Can you turn around?
I was gonna say live or love in reverse too.
Yep. Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. Yep. Oh my goodness. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Well, may you be happy, may you be healthy, may you be at peace.
Yes, and the beloved, I wish above all things, that you prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers.
Yes.
Yes. Hey, Kevin, how are you?
I am great.
Yes.
I love your lives continue to expand and grow and prosper, like you say, even as your soul prosper. I'm definitely noticing the manifestation happening in a more condensed, precise animation, if you will. It's showing up quicker. None of it is, with a lot of effort and writing affirmation, doing vision boards, or none of that. For me, that's never been, my thing. I mean, I don't have nothing against people who do it. Whatever, works for you, continue to work it, right? It's just that my knowledge, my consciousness, my awareness continues to expand. My consciousness cannot expand because everything is consciousness.
Yes.
So my awareness expands. I know I spoke on it before. Awareness is the key. You can only do that which you are aware of. It's amazing. The more understanding you get, the more you understand how simple it is. And you begin to peel away, the scales of difficulty of trying to control.
That's
We're not
it.
meant, yeah, we're not meant to control nothing but what we can control, which is ourselves. And that is a full-time, 24 hours, 7 day.
Oh my goodness. And the
Job
thing
in
is, just
itself.
stop making that a job. Why
Well,
are you
it's
making
not.
life a job, living a job?
It
Remember,
just is.
your
Yeah.
job is joy of being.
It just is. It just is. We don't have to try to be.
We already
I mean,
are, right?
we
We already are. What are we? We gotta stop trying to make the easy things difficult because we think life is complicated. It's not. It's not
It's
complicated.
not.
It may be complex, but it's not complicated.
And it's really not even complex if we don't want it to be.
I mean, I don't understand the complexities of how this human body comes together and all of the different organs and systems and all that, how the neurology and all of the different aspects of the brain and all of that, how that all comes together and, why a seed germinates in the belly of the earth and or below the earth and how it dies to become alive and become the very thing it was always intended to be, or how a baby goes through its evolution and or a seed, a sperm and an egg, like that's what I mean, those complexities.
Right.
That's
right.
what I mean. But the
I
living
haven't-
of it is supposed to be easy.
well, I couldn't tell you why my heart beats.
Right. That's what I mean, right? I have no idea. I just know that it does.
I know I can slow my heart rate. I know I can increase my heart rate. But to make it beat, I have no clue.
I don't know why the hair, like why the blood circulates and the lung inhales, exhales, expand, contracts and expands. It just do what it do.
Yeah, but do we really need to know?
Right, that's why I talk about a car. I don't need to know the mechanics of a car in order to drive it.
Right.
I don't need to know how it was built, right? I don't need to know how a car was built in order to operate it. Like, it's an engine in the front, engine in the back, transmission, muffler, the alternator, the heater, the battery, right?
You got some cars you don't even need to know how to put gas in it because it's electric.
It's electric.
It's plug and play.
It's electric. Oh, hopefully when people come in this live, they realize how to just laugh a little bit more.
Yes.
Giggle a little bit more. Take the seriousness out of life, because that's what we're really, endeavoring to do, that we stop, uncomplicated. It's not complicated.
It's not. We're supposed to have fun. We're supposed to enjoy ourselves. We're supposed to drink out of the big straw.
Oh, where's my big straw? Give me my big straw. Give me my big straw. I need my big straw. Oh my goodness. And it comes, just decide.
Yeah.
Like Holly was reminding the young lady that came up, once, she decided that by giving thanks that she had did the thing she decided to do, the body obeyed. Thank you, body, for letting me run this 5K without stopping, without having to take a break. And the moment she decided, gave thanks for it, and she decided it was true, she had to get it. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire. Her desire was what? To run 5K without stopping. When you pray, she gave thanks for it already being so. Believe she accepted that it was so. And then what? It happened. See how you're always doing those 4 steps and you don't even
Right.
know that you're doing it.
Right, because she became aware that she could. Like the 4-minute mile. People were saying all type of negative things against running the 4-minute mile. You'll drop dead, your heart will stop, or your lungs will burst, or you pass out. And then when it was done, your awareness expanded. Because before, your belief was in the cannot, not in the can.
Yeah.
And no man can move beyond his belief. It is impossible to move beyond your belief.
That's why you got to change it. Because beliefs can be changed.
Yes, they're being changed all the time.
It's just a habit of thinking. That's all a belief is, a habit of thinking, a thought you continue to think.
That you persist in.
That's it. That's all something about persistence. I know there's probably a misunderstanding what I meant by persistence.
I got you.
That's what I mean by persistence.
I got you. I got you. I'll be vibing on you. I get you. Even when others pretend they don't, they know they do.
You're supposed to persist in the being, not in the doing.
Yes. And it really, when I think about it, we're not coming against them personally. We may be speaking against their programming.
That's all.
Which they take personally.
That's it.
Right? Because I can love you. I don't care anything about, your personality doesn't have to suit me or anything. I can love you, past all that.
Right.
Wish you well, wish you, Godspeed, you prosper, all that.
Yep.
Because it doesn't take anything from me.
Yep.
Love is to be given and received. And whether you give it back to me doesn't have to be the law of reciprocity for me. I don't have to seek it personally from you, your direction.
You will reap where you have not sown.
Preach it.
Right? You will reap where you have not scattered.
Where you have not scattered.
It's not right. It's not up to you to decide where the bounty is coming from.
Just get the bounty.
Just get the bounty.
I mean, like we have a culture to say, who made this potato salad? Before we taste it.
And it depends on, because you don't know where they going. Because who made that potato salad can be like, damn, you snapped like, right? It could be, you don't know where it's going when they say, who made this potato salad? Why? Oh, because it's the bomb. Why? Because you don't want to eat that, right? Like, don't ask them to bring that again. It could be either or, right?
It could be either or.
It could be either or. You about to be praised, or they about to be like,
put that back.
Tell them don't bring that no more. Tell them no, we don't want that no more. Tell them not to make it no more.
Oh, they go. You're invited to the cookout, right? The picnic to the cookout.
Like Elizabeth said, who added these raisins in here?
Exactly. That part.
Oh my goodness. That's what we're talking about. Don't you just bring you. Don't bring a dish. Go get some
Right.
pop. Bring some liquor.
Put you on cup and ice duty.
Bring some liquor. No cooking. The cooking, we gonna leave you. You don't have to cook. Stay away from the kitchen. Stay away from the stove. Go ahead, Toxic. What you want to say?
No, I was just agreeing with you. I was like, please don't. Please. Just bring the ice, the drinks, dips. Maybe not even dips.
I know, right? So that's how you get out of cooking. Just add raisins to the dish. Oh, so they'll never ask you to bring a dish again. Like, Dad, they always asking me to bring something, so you gonna mess up the dish just so you don't have to bring nothing. You just could have said no. Like, right? Don't bring. We got you on potato salad, and we expecting that as a dish, and because you mad that you got to bring it, you gonna ruin the potato salad? Nah. Just let us know you don't want to do it.
Guys, I'm crying. It's so funny. I'm crying.
Oh my goodness. They bring extra cups and plates, right? Just bring extra cups and plates.
You put them on cups and plate duty.
That's your role. Oh my goodness. We have Kobe. I don't know. They got the teacup. I don't know if they're still there. Did you have something else you wanted to say, Kevin? So you say ruin, I say enhanced. It is perspective. Yes, you ruined my potato salad. Who told you to put some raisins? That's so interesting.
Especially the raisins that got legs on them.
Oh my God. No, Kevin. No.
Please, no.
Oh, not. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I've been laughing more like this, so I'm crying. I was looking at Instagram, and there was this lady in a bathing suit, and I guess she had supposedly had like a BBL, but she was kind of shaped like Squidward, like in just the butt, and she jiggled it. I just couldn't stop.
You guys are breaking my ribs.
I just couldn't stop laughing. I had to send it to my daughter. Look, I'm crying now with it. Even it was just, I do not know why I'm laughing like this. But oh my, and in the comments, I was just like, ooh, I don't know if it was AI or not, but it was hilarious. It was hilarious. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You said you can see it. Oh my goodness. They was like, are those breast implants? And the butt. I was like, oh my goodness, not breast implants.
Yeah, I'm a big SpongeBob fan, so I know the episode.
Oh my goodness. But whoever the guy had posted on, so he was hiding behind the corner. And she walking down the stairs, and she about to get in the pool. She got on a 2-piece, and she just, everything is slim, no curves, nothing. And then it's just this pop of a booty, and she kind of just shaking. It was like, oh my goodness! But they had it right. The Squidward. I was like, oh my goodness. Oh, it's just too funny. It was too funny. But I'm saying, right, if you want to, you got to laugh sometime, right? Because it gets you, laughter is what? The best medicine, right? Laughter is the best medicine. You got to, especially for some of, if you have some pressing thing going on in your world that hasn't, your manifestation hasn't come into visibility, right? You haven't seen it yet. Go laugh. Go do something that's gonna make you take your mind off of life and put you in a different, to take your worries away. Come on, get happy. Well, how that song go? Come on, get happy. We're gonna put all our cares away. Dun, 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 come on. Y'all know that song? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what song you're talking about. I don't know it very well.
Like, get happy. Get happy.
Anytime I mentioned last night, we were cracking up.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It was
tickled.
oh my goodness. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. Oh my goodness. So hilarious. Kevin, I know you didn't see us on you. Did you see me yesterday morning? I don't think you saw me on live yesterday morning.
No, I missed it.
Okay, yeah. It was popping, boy. We've heard almost like 150 people in here.
Wow.
I was like, yeah, good Kevin it. The Tox was in here holding the fort down. I was like, oh my goodness, yeah. We had the panel was all full. Them comments was, I was like, wow.
It was popping off.
It was popping off.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed it. I didn't even know you were on. I was surprised.
Yeah, Elizabeth
on the second round. I said, oh, Toya's on. I said, let me check in. I love it. And I keep seeing the live expanding, to the 7, 8, 1,200, because people are looking for a space like this. People are desiring a space like this. And what I believe we're doing, we're preparing ourselves for that massive increase.
Yes. Yeah.
Because the only person that has to be right and get right is us.
Yeah.
All creation is waiting for us.
Yeah.
That's why it's expanding. I was here a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
I see the growth. And imagining where the growth will be a year from now.
Right.
That we would, I'm not trying to scare anybody away, but we will have to splinter off eventually doing lives ourselves that are branches of this life.
Yep.
Extended branches of this consciousness.
Yep.
I told you, I think when I very first found out about this live, I didn't even know anything about TikTok. I didn't even know the different subject matter, different topics. I had no idea. I was brand spanking new to TikTok. I had Facebook because one of my kids said, Dad, you need to be on Facebook. And I was like, okay. I'm like, why? I had no interest. And so I would get it. So, well, this is how you keep in touch with the family and friends and all that kind of stuff. I said, I don't care nothing about what they're getting into or care about what they think about what I'm getting into. I don't care. So I had the account. Then I had a TikTok. Then I had Instagram. I said, I got all this stuff. And then I had to look at that through a lens of filtration, because not all of that I felt was conducive to my thought process, what I wanted to feed into, the division, the hate, the jealousy, the bickering, the debating opposing views. And there's some out there now that as long as you, I don't know, maybe it's my FYP, anything about the president and taking talking about how bad the president is, man, they got 1,000, 200, 2,000, 20,000.
Because everybody mad and they need to. They're like, I'm mad. I need to tell somebody about it. Where they at? Who talking about that orange man in the office? Right?
I would say y'all funny because he has no power of his own. Why are you giving him your energy or that? The media is one bird with two different wings. It's the same bird. Mm-hmm. It's all designed to grab and hold your attention, which is your energy.
Yep.
And to be free from that, when I see it, it's entertainment.
Yep.
Entertainment purposes only, because it confirms that it's not real. I think I sent you something about the news, and they're all saying the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that a couple of years ago. Yeah, it's all
okay.
yes, it's all scripted. Yeah, they had like maybe 40. They was like, and it was just all saying it in unison. They had like 50 screens on there. The one I had seen, it was just like, wow. Yep. I'm like, yep. It's all scripted. It's all scripted. It's all scripted television. It's all programming. That's what they say. I'm watching my television program. I'm watching my television program.
I mean, do we watch a movie and talk about how real the movie actually is? If those are not actors, those are real people. They're not playing the part. That's who they are.
Yep.
And it's in animation.
Yep.
We just need to think about how ridiculous and how much of the programming we into. The breaking or busting loose from the money game was a really examination of self and of the actual matrix.
Yep.
And your participation in it.
Yeah, read that book, because it definitely reminds you that you're the one popping things into your reality, right?
Yes.
The moment you decide what it is, you can play the game of money, or you can create your own rules. You can play the game of life, or you can formulate your own rules. You really do get to decide, because why? There's no ultimate judge at the end of this life. All judgment rests on you.
Now, I know I'm switching topics a little bit.
Go ahead.
But when I came into the awareness, the people that talked about negativity and brought up negativity to the conversation habitually, I grew very weary of their company. Because I saw it was futile to try to convert them to think positive instead of negative, because they were already dealing with the programming that exists within them. And they didn't want to change.
That's why I say, when people say, well, I got to create boundaries. I gotta guard my energy. I got to make sure. My thing is, when you don't match it, they won't come. You don't even have to do anything. All you got to do is be who you are. It's positive, full of life, love. They're not going to want to be around you.
They don't want to talk to you.
They don't want to talk to you. You always, why you so Pollyanna? Why you always got something good to say? Why you always talking like that? They don't want to hear it. They're looking for their misery of company.
There you go. And I lay it on thick. When I talk about how good things are, they were telling me, every time I turn around, it's always something. It's always something. I said, I know what you mean. Every time I turn around, I can't get away from these blessings. I said, I don't know if I'm God's favorite or what.
God's favorite. That made me think of that show that I told you guys about, Half and Half.
Yeah.
And the girl had the horse, and it was called Daddy's Favorite.
Daddy's Favorite.
You saw the TV show before? Half and Half. That's how you have to
great
think.
show.
You have to say you're God's favorite. Cause what? They, you know, the Christian tell you favor ain't fair. They love to
I
tell you got
know.
a favor not fair. So you doggone right. It definitely isn't fair. Look at me. I'm God's favorite. I get all the blessings. God cannot tell me no. It's like whatever you want, baby.
If you
Whatever
ever,
you
if
want.
you ever look at my profile, it says God's property.
Okay. They remind me of what's his name? Kirk Franklin.
Yep.
God's property.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that was the name of his
One of his groups, right?
his groups, right?
He had many. He had several
Oh my God,
reiterations of his group.
Right, exactly. Exactly, because he knew what the masters of the church, fed into. And like anybody else who made money off of it, pastors, preachers, bishops, they exploited it.
Yep.
And I'm not here to judge them right or wrong. They just saw an opportunity and exploited it.
Yep. But what we're saying is that all it takes is a decision. It doesn't take, the only manipulation you have to do is of your own mind. Right? That's all you have to do. Is just decide that you have it and then let it be.
And people want to fight you and say it can't be that simple. Like the lady who wasn't aware of her programming, because it's been very subtle all her life, telling her what she can't have, instead of her leaning into who she is. And they always want to tell you what you're not, instead of telling them what you are. I secretly or unknowingly deconstructed from Christianity while I was a deacon in church.
Okay.
While going through the process, because I was behind the scenes. I was in the pastor or bishop's office when they all gather and they all had their private conversations, and I was privy to how they thought and their conversations of what they thought about the people and how they thought about themselves. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. What am I doing in this circle?
Eye-opening, right? When you go behind the curtain.
It's sobering. It is sobering. And then you got your family members are looking up to you, and you get all this, what I call, I won't say false worship, empty worship. Is a better description. It's all superficial. The pedestal they put you on, but you start talking about there ain't no hell. See what happened to that pedestal.
They knock you right off of it. Take it from the, snatch it from up under you real quick.
They'll let you know if they the one to give it, they the one to take it away.
Yep.
But it can be a because you put your faith in them putting their faith in you.
Yep.
And that's not how you build a solid foundation.
It's not.
I remember a young man in his early 20s challenged my Christian beliefs, and his mother warned me and said, "Don't talk to my son because he does not do well around Christians. They lose their religion." And I was like, "Really?" He like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Well, I was like kind of boastful. Look, well, I know the Bible. I know the word. You know, I'm the tree planted by the rivers of water.
I'm gonna stand my ground. You can't take my religion. I got it on lock.
Right. And I told her, I said, go get your son. You know, the little snot-nosed whippersnapper. Go get him. You know, I was like, you know, fetch him, bring him before me.
You're funny. Bring him hither. The king has need of him.
Right. When he came out and introduced himself, and I introduced myself to him, and he started deconstructing not just the church, but Jesus himself in front of me. I don't even think he was 21. And he had me.
So there's nothing you could do with him, huh?
I gave him an example of how Jesus healed me. You know, using the name of Jesus healed me.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, Jesus didn't heal you. He said, your belief in the name of Jesus healed you. I was like, what?
Wait a minute. God definitely was listening. He did exactly what I told him to do. What you talking about, Willis?
Right. It was one of those moments. And after he got finished breaking it down to me, his mom looked at me.
Are you
and
still
she
a
said,
Christian? Are you still a Christian? Are you still a Christian, Kevin?
She was like, I told you, you asked for it and you got it.
Oh my, so she was no longer a Christian?
No.
Okay.
No, but well, I guess she was, because we were entertaining each other, talking about, you know, God from a Christian belief.
Okay.
You know, the whole, won't he do it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, ain't God good?
Okay.
And all the time, God has got me that. You know, we knew the language.
Right.
Well. And she was like, just keep that between us. My son's home, and we don't want to, you know, get him involved in this conversation, because he has a tendency to turn people around. That's why I said, go get him. But he was correct.
Wow.
It's a belief. That's why I tell people, you cannot get beyond your belief. You can't. It's impossible, because belief is all. I'm now remembering and recalling what my grandmother would tell me, that would say to me as a child. And because I was a child, I wasn't able to fully comprehend what she was saying. Mm-hmm. I was a kid, and I would even question, why is she even telling me this? Because I'm a kid.
Like, okay, Grandma. All right, Nana.
Right. You know, and she was a Sunday school teacher, just like you.
Okay.
And the first time I ever heard of Reverend Ike was because of my grandmother would listen to Reverend Ike.
Okay.
And I would sit under my grandmother, thus being exposed to Reverend Ike's teaching. So when you said Reverend Ike, I said, oh, I know exactly who that is. I remember him from my childhood. Mm-hmm. And I remember what he was teaching, what he was saying, and my grandmother just loved it. Yeah. You know, my grandfather, he was kind of in the room. Okay. You know, I don't remember him really buying into it, but he was there. He wasn't really opposed to it, but he was there. But my grandmother really leaned into it, which is why I believe, one of the reasons why I believe my grandmother said that the devil doesn't want your extremities of your body, your limbs. he only wants your mind. Because if he can get your mind, he already has everything else.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. I say, he wants my mind. Doesn't he have one of his own?
Like, what that mean? Me want my mind. What are you gonna do with my mind?
Right? You don't want to be double-minded. He'll have two, right? He'll have mine and his.
Oh, that part.
Well, the Bible says he won't have anything. He get two minds. Look at your face.
My husband sent me this video with the fear mongering talking about it was this guy. He had this dream and he was offered, things of God, and then he's offered things by the devil, and the devil's like, I'll give you all these wonderful things. God really wasn't promising too much other than the afterlife, and the devil was promising all the things of the world. And then it was this fence. And so the person was like, well, I don't really want to decide. I just want to, I want to have God and the devil. I want the things of God and I want the things that the devil can offer me. So I'm just going to play I'm just going to play the middle. And then the devil appeared, it got black, it got dark. And then it starts to take him. It's like, wait a minute, I didn't choose you. I played the fence. And I was like, I own the fence. I was like, boy, fear mongering at its best. I told that the devil owned the fence. So staying on the fence is choosing the devil. I was like, oh. I was like, okay.
Well, I mean, that's how I identify with lack.
Mm-hmm.
Through fear, the characteristics of lack, fear, sick, dis-ease, those are things associated with fear.
Yep. And that's the devil, right? And yes, and when you straddle the fence, you won't get the healing you want. You won't get the money you want. So in esoterically, yes, the dream was right, but it wasn't talking about a literal devil, a literal hell, a literal something having your mind. It's telling you when you don't pick a side, you're actually choosing the thing you don't want.
Haven't you heard me say not making a decision is a decision?
Thinking you're gonna play the monkey in the middle. That don't work in the law. You decided.
Yeah, no such thing.
The script say, hey, you need to be hot or cold. That lukewarm stuff, I can't do nothing with that. I can't do you playing in the middle.
Right.
You got to pick a side. Any side.
Ain't no monkey in the middle.
Ain't no monkey in the middle. That's what y'all gonna be, in the middle, not experiencing the thing you want. Yep. So that's what this book is about. That's what this book is about. And so it'll help you. Not that you need it. It's not that you need it, but it's a reason why we're all acquainted with it. While our journey started, had some affiliation with the Bible, right? Some others had the affiliation with the Quran. Some people had the affiliation with the Eastern texts, right? Whether it's the Upanishads or the Vedas or, the Sanskrit, whatever you find yourself, being resonating with. And then others have the Kemetic, Horus and Amun-Ra and Isis, right? You have that language, and then you have some stuff that go even back further than that. I know if you are if you resonate with KRS-One, he talks about he talks a lot about the different Egyptian cultures or the ancient teachings.
Well, I agree with a lot of the things he talks about. I really do. I resonate with. Mm-hmm. A lot of my teaching, I hope this doesn't sound too weird to anybody, but a lot of my teaching comes from within me. Mm-hmm. It's the things that I read about in the different authors that we've mentioned, they only serve as confirmation of things that my Heavenly Father already taught me. have been teaching me. They serve as confirmation. And even my life serve as confirmation,
Yes.
right? I know when I first came on, introduced to your live, we would joke a little bit about, it seemed like I got everything that I ever had manifested. And everybody, you were like, well, in Kevin's world, but in our world.
Yeah.
I know y'all make fun of me a little bit, but that was okay too, because I knew that. So I've always known. I had a best friend I've known. We've known each other 50 years. And well, over 50 years now. And he will remember me as a child and said, I always talked about the things that were deep, that were way past everybody's understanding of the silliness of what they were of being a kid. And I stood out as a result of that, even though I played and, had fun with them, but my understanding was deeper about life when they didn't think or cared about those things at all. And those things were already in me. My grandmother told me how I started a club when I was 5 years old, teaching the kids in the neighborhood about God, which I have no memory of. I'm going by what she
Right.
what she shared with me. But I can certainly understand. I guess when I came through the portal this time, I kept some of my memory of who I was.
Yeah.
You
That's
know?
it. That's all you take with you is your, your experiences, your knowledge of
Right.
self. Yeah. Say that never, once you start on this wheel of occurrence or incarnating into form, once you leave this vessel or this little mask that you wear and you put on another, just taking your experiences with you, your knowledge of self with you. That's what they
Yeah.
say. I don't, some things you just got to be like, I accept it or I don't, kind of make sense, kind of, everybody, a lot of people have their different perspective when it comes to after this life. We call it the afterlife. And some people call it the continuation of life, whatever you want to call it. There are a
Right.
lot of different perspectives or philosophies,
Right. And and they could be right. It just depends. The different dimensions that you enter and exit. Some believe we are entering the infinite dimensions of different beings, versions of who we are. Unaware constantly throughout the day.
Yep. And then some people say it's the reason why we don't remember being born or remember passing through or transitioning because we don't die, right? And we were never born. That's why we have no memory of it. Yep. They say, yep, I remember telling myself I'm not going to forget once they try to erase my memory.
Yeah, I just read that.
Okay.
Well, I mean that's fine. I mean, you can try to remember. I don't remember every dream I've ever had, but I do know that I've had dreams.
Yep.
When I close my eyes, I do know I dream.
Yep.
Just because I don't remember what the dream was doesn't mean I didn't have one.
Yep. I mean, it's probably a reason why we don't why the human brain doesn't remember a lot of things. We can't conceptualize a lot of things that, because some people that do remember a lot, we call them crazy, right? Like, so maybe that's a way of the mind protecting itself. But those who, I don't know. Yeah, I know everybody comes here for a different experience. Not everybody comes here to experience the same thing and be on the same path. And, you know, you don't know what you should share with people versus what you can't share with people. Because a lot of people, when they go through their awakening, they feel, you know, I think, me personally, when you still operate in fear and you go through your awakening, which is why you experience what people are calling this psychosis or calling these mental disorders, because I just feel like when you come to the knowledge of yourself, what is there to fear? You're getting to know you. You are you are consciousness itself. You are existence itself. Why are we afraid of existence? But because you're programmed to fear and to the unknown, and now you're experiencing something that you feel like maybe you shouldn't know, or you're seeing things that no one else sees, and hear things no one else hears, and it's like, what's wrong with me? And so you instantly go to, is something wrong with me? And the world would tell you you're definitely right, because nobody else is hearing and seeing what you're doing, what's going on with you. It's all in your mind. When
It's funny
actually,
you should say that. I have a stepdad, and we have, you know, a very good relationship. But my actual dad, I think I mentioned on the other live the other day, was at times contentious. But that aside, I don't think, and I've met a wide range and variety of people from multiple different social economic backgrounds. And my dad, still to this day, is probably the smartest person I've ever encountered. I've never met anybody his intellectual equal. And I have friends that ran big companies, doctors, and different professions. And my first cousin, who's a partner in a big law firm, who's very intelligent, his name is Kevin. And we have these intellectual conversations all the time. And not even him or his dad, my uncle, who has his degree from Harvard in business. Not even them were as smart as my dad was. I saw my dad, I think I mentioned this at the onset of being introduced to your live, that I actually saw my dad change the channel of the TV with his mind. And this had to be back in 1971, maybe 71, 72. And I didn't understand him doing that, or the reason for him showing me that. I didn't understand the purpose of that. And
see, a lot, like it's like in the kitchen, a lot of stuff going on back there.
yeah, that's my son.
Oh, okay. We have something. I don't know, Jose. Did you mean to come up? We have someone on the live, but they're timed out. Maybe they didn't mean to come up. I don't know. If you want to talk, you can come back up. I'm gonna drop you for now. If you want to come back up, just put another request in. Yeah, we almost at 100K. We almost there. Maybe get to 100K before I get off of here. And maybe see if one of them feed my face. What I'm gonna feed my face. But another awesome live. As many of you know, I'll be on vacation starting Sunday to Saturday. So got to see. I don't know if I'm coming on tomorrow or not, because we got some other things we got to take care of. So we'll see if I'm able to come on tomorrow or not. But if not, be easy with yourself. Have fun with life. Allow the blessings to come with ease. You know, you got to train yourself not to overthink overthink. Sometimes people are just like over analyzing, practice more being as opposed to trying to figure out how to get. And then you'll see that the stuff will just come. But I think because we trying to, let me figure out how to make it so, let me figure out what I need to do. I need to keep doing this. And no, you just need to be. Just be. Go ahead, Kevin. Do you want to finish what you were saying?
Yeah. So as I was gotten older and given thought to what's the purpose of him, exposing me to do the ability to do something like that with your mind. It sparked a curiosity to wanting to understand the unlimited ability of the mind. Like psychokinetics, moving objects with your mind, transposing energy, telekinesis. So I leaned into the understanding of those different things. And all of it led me back to where we are today. Meaning all is mind.
Yes.
And I guess he knew that. And rather than sitting me down and explaining it to me, he just decided to demonstrate that and expose me to that and let me explore it on my own journey. So I haven't ran across anybody who's done that. I've been able to do it to a certain degree, which make the screen fuzzy, but not fully completed, where it changes to a different channel and that frequency comes into a different channel, a different frequency.
Okay.
I've been able to start it, but haven't been able to complete it. And then as a kid, at several attempts, I eventually lost interest and moved on.
Okay.
But I saw him do it, and my dad would read books, and when I would glance at the different books they would read by Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, different philosophers, Shakespeare, and that's how I became introduced to people who are thinkers, the philosophers. And the more I learned about those things, the more I began to go within myself for teaching and exploring me. And the more I read the Bible, the more it magnified me to me. I wasn't able to read it with the same, I guess, filter as what I was getting from religion. I'm like, I would ask myself, which I didn't realize was the God in me, but I would ask myself, what does this mean? And I remember getting in a position in the church as a deacon in the church. One of my responsibilities was to teach Bible study. And the pastor at the time would give me full autonomy to develop and teach lessons as I saw fit. I wasn't given a syllable to follow. I've given the autonomy to teach wherever in the Bible I wanted to teach, and to do it the way I wanted to do it. Well, I don't know if he meant to do that. Imagine being woke and teaching a woke principle, and everyone in the Bible study is still asleep.
Right.
And all of a sudden, different family members and cousins and people from the church, the word got out, and a lot of people started gravitating towards Wednesday night Bible study. And it got crowded.
Nice.
Well, I was like, where all these people come from? They only could show up on Sunday or Easter, right? And one particular night, the pastor showed up. I guess because the word got back to him that I'm teaching. So he was there. I was like, oh, when I saw him present, I said, oh, you're teaching Bible study tonight? Great, I'll get a break.
Right.
He said, no. He said, I'm here to sit under you. I said, to sit under me? I said, I'm not worried they're tying your shoelace. Like Paul. So John the Baptist. He was like, no, I'm just going to sit back and watch. And that's the only time I remember getting nervous.
Okay.
Because I felt I was being examined.
Right.
And so before I wasn't, I was just, being me. And I didn't change my lesson or my approach to the lesson. I taught it as I saw fit. And I was prepared to say, oh, well, nice knowing you.
Right.
It was fun while it lasted. And after I finished and sat down, he got up and he went on a tear about how he doesn't believe there's anyone in the whole city of Baltimore, Maryland, that was a better teacher than I was.
Nice.
It shocked me. I said, was he on his phone or was he listening?
I said, proof was in the pudding. You had a whole church full of folks coming to hear what you had to say. So
it still didn't change much. Let me tell you, it still defaulted. And I have a niece. This is my firstborn niece. And she thinks she's my favorite niece because she's the firstborn. And she got the bulk of the lion's share of the attention from me because she's the firstborn. And she's now a preacher at that church, a minister at that church. And she's always coming to me. I said, why you keep coming to me? I said, are you trying to start a revolt in the church? Because they ain't gonna let you get away with being woke and what
right.
The psychological approach of what I'm sharing with you in the Bible. And she said, well, Uncle, I gotta give it to them the way God gave it to me. I said, well, you're saying God giving it to you, but you're saying what I said.
That part. Oh, it's like God speaking through you. You letting God use you. You just don't know. God can use anybody.
You don't know.
God
you
can
don't
use
know
anybody.
how much I push back on that. Because people used to probe me, well, God told me to tell you. I said, look, let me finish that sentence. If you're going to tell me what God said, I am not going to receive it. I said, I was just talking to God this morning. He never brought it up.
That part.
I would say that people were sick of me because I didn't get involved in all this foolishness and the cliques and the hate and they get on my nerves and the idol worship of individuals and pastors,
Right,
they,
right.
they take worship and respect as synonymous.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, ooh, thankfully we're loose and set free. Woo, loose from that indoctrination. It's a beautiful thing. But the people want it, so they love it. They love their pastors, they love their bishops, they love their ministers, they love their clergymen. So let them have it. They love their leaders. So Mia said,
I'm glad to
yeah,
let them have it.
yeah.
I'm glad to let them have it.
Right. Mia said, where am I going? I'm going to Orlando. It's spring break. So going with my grandson and our daughter and our grandson off to Orlando. We have timeshare down there. So going to enjoy our little resort. Be gone.
Have an amazing time.
Yes, yes.
Enjoy.
Yes, definitely. So thank you guys once again. Thank you, Kevin. As always, thank you everyone in the chat. This has been a great live once again. And so you have a great weekend, a great next week. If I don't talk to you guys tomorrow, until we meet again, have an awesome Friday and awesome week and all of that good stuff, so.
Yep. Remember to drink out of the big straw.
Drink out of the big straw. Give me that big straw. Drink it up.
It's like having a big piece of chicken.
Eat, drink, and be merry.
There you go.
Eat, drink, and be merry. Yes.
There you go.
All right, guys. Toodles. Bye-bye.
Toodles. Bye-bye.